Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
This is God, be the way of the way.
จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Saya Cucu, pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile. Kita akan masuk ke minggu ketiga PMPL South Asia. Setakat ini, sebelum kita masuk ke minggu ketiga ataupun nak masuk minggu ketiga, kita lihat performance ataupun aksi daripada Yoodo Alliance untuk minggu pertama cemerlang tapi agak sepi dan sunyi. Untuk minggu kedua berlainan dengan Geek Fam yang agak cemerlang di minggu kedua mereka. Tapi untuk tim Malaysia yang lain, di manakah mereka? Setakat ini kita nampak ada sedikit orang kata permainan yang nampak menarik daripada contohnya pemburu punya double grenade. Dan daripada segi firepower memang Malaysia sangat kuat, tapi daripada segi strategi dan juga rotasi macam seolah-olah tersangkut ataupun sedikit bermasalah kalau dibandingkan dengan tim-tim yang kuat di dalam PMPL South Asia kali ini.
Tapi backup dapat sampai sekarang ini. Adi mengganas. Bocah ajaib dari pasukan DVD. Dia percaya dapat satu.
Buat setakat ini yang tak nampak langsung orang kata potensial ataupun potensi-potensi yang masih belum dikeluarkan, terutamanya daripada DVD yang akhirnya berjaya masuk ke dalam PMPL SEA, tapi seolah-olah macam semangat mereka dah luntur. Jadi di manakah mereka? Dan sama juga dengan SAM9 bersama dengan Four Rivals yang agak sepi sedikit kalau dibandingkan Yoodo Alliance dan juga Geek Fam untuk minggu kedua. Jadi dengan persembahan yang ditunjukkan selama 2 minggu selama ini daripada semua tim Malaysia, cukupkah mereka untuk masuk ke dalam grand final kita di PMPL SEA? Memandangkan performance yang ditunjukkan kali ini tidak begitu memberangsangkan. Jadi apa yang saya harapkan untuk tim Malaysia? Saya harapkan mereka betul-betul buat yang terbaik. Memandangkan ini peluang terakhir mereka untuk menempah slot di dalam PMPL SEA kerana hanya 16 yang terbaik saja yang akan mara ke depan. Bolehkah mereka memperbaiki rotasi dan juga tactical gameplay mereka untuk mungkin menjatuhkan tim daripada Thailand atau mungkin cuba menangi permainan menentang tim yang kuat yang lain di luar sana?
So far minggu kedua ni kita orang lagi teruk daripada week 1. Week 1 kita orang lagi bagus. Week 2 ni ada test-test strategi ke apa lah.
Tak lagi teruk daripada minggu pertama. Mungkin akan cuba je lah main. Kalau jadi jadilah. Kalau tak jadi,
week kedua ni kita orang dah agak teruk performa kita orang. So week ketiga tak nak kita orang kena raih bonus point yang tinggi untuk lepas ke grand final.
So untuk week 3 ni saya rasa tim Malaysia semua akan lepas ke grand final. Malaysia boleh. Let's go. Kita pergi grand final sama-sama.
Jadi untuk tim Malaysia, ini adalah peluang terakhir. Jangan bazirkannya. Kami yakin semua fans anda pun yakin dengan anda. Semua warga Malaysia sedang menyokong anda. Untuk semua tim SAM9, Four Rival, DVD, Geek Fam dan juga Yoodo Alliance, all the best. Kami tahu yang anda boleh buat, hanya perlu yakin pada diri saja. Malaysia boleh!
Jangan tabrak kita orang, nanti rata.
เจอเฟสก็ระวังไว้ให้ดีล่ะเพราะบุลเลตมันจะทูโยเฟสโดยไม่ทันตั้งตัวจะได้ยินประวัติศาสตร์ซ้ำรอยไหมนั่นคือสิ่งที่จะเกิดขึ้นในตารางคะแนนสัปดาห์ที่เหลืออย่าขวางทางทีมผมมาหิวไก่ไม่ได้กินข้าวมา
Awak down. Tak awak lah. Kau tak down.
Untuk last week PMPL SEA ni, semua tim kena hati-hati. Jangan tabrak kita orang nanti rata. Untuk semua tim Malaysia, kita boleh sama-sama pergi ke grand final.
Bagaimana rasa 4 kill dari gue, Bacon? Lain kali permisi dulu ya, biar nggak kami ratain langsung ke lobby.
Ditunggu aja comeback dari kami guys. Nggak ada yang nggak mungkin di PUBG Mobile. Intinya dukung kami terus. Kami akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia.
Apa kami bilang kemarin? Terbuktikan tim kita yang paling meroket. Invin aja si paling juara dunia bisa kita sikat. Next, tim lu bos.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloween crate full of extra supplies. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring 1 skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, Disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan sila, elemen, Papa Boy,
ไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่
มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา 4 Eve คูลสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะแต่เธอไม่ชัดเจน หรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่เคยได้เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Five flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome everyone to the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. It's your boy here, Contra, alongside with Tash Bunny as we hit into week 3 of the action. And my oh my, the rivalry is intense between all these teams as they're making their way to the top.
It's a very interesting situation when you think about it, where some of these teams start off at the bottom and now suddenly coming up on top. We saw some insane comebacks last week, but before that, let's talk a little bit about our sponsors today. Starting off with the official smartphone partner, we have Realme. Don't forget, guys, that this latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3, comes with a dual-chip gaming level flagship, which is the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset, promising its users seamless gaming with an immersive experience.
That's right, and of course, we also have to thank everyone else that's on board. And let's start off with our official live stream partners, TikTok, as you guys can hashtag be the one when you do have a whole lot of all these amazing clips to share, or even some of the big plays that all these players are making out throughout the course of the battle. And on top of that, we also have to thank our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, as you can get 50% off your GrabFood order by just keying in the code PUBG and for new users only. So make sure you go ahead and use it if you haven't tried it out already. So first, you can immediately go ahead to order your dinner, as we're going to be having our matches to go by to the latest stages of the evening, but we're always going to kick things off inside Stand Out. But before we even get into that point, let's also break down all these sort of rules for those of you guys who are brand new to the PMPL Southeast Asia.
Yep, that's right. So for now, let's talk a little bit about the recap for last week first, because when we talk about last week, it's a very interesting situation where we start seeing the people at the bottom of the ladder start to climb up. Boom Esports surprised us all, managed to not only get I think they got a chicken. Yes, they got a chicken dinner last week, and they managed to get one of the most interesting fights we've ever seen. 4 versus 1 with Yummy on the double barrel shotgun. And I am very surprised that he's able to do that and get away with it.
Yeah, and there are so many of all these amazing plays that also happened over the weekend. And by the end of that week itself, we are seeing 3 teams tied on the bonus points that they've managed to acquire as we get into the thick of things here in the schedule as well as the format. So far, the teams are playing 5 matches per day, heading into the final few weeks overall, where we're only looking for the top 16 teams to be proceeding into the fall finals, where they'll be playing 6 matches per day. That'll be happening on the 21st of October to the 23rd, and only 5 slots are available for them to qualify for the biggest title in the world, and that's the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League.
I think that's what everyone has their eyes on, but to get there, you must also see how exactly the point system works, where for first place, the chicken dinner will be getting themselves 15 points with 1 elimination point for each kill, which means that there's a total grand prize of $200,000 US up for grabs. So for some teams, they are prioritizing that elimination points. Teams like Infinity, teams like Geek Fam like to play very aggressive and go for those kills. But if you look at teams such as the Xavier, prefer to go for those placement points. They prefer to stay alive for as long as possible, not necessarily getting the most amount of kills.
That's right. And overall, I believe that these are the final few weeks left available for them to collect the maximum points possible, as each week we will conclude all the amount of points that they have tallied up in order to secure the points that are on your screen right now. First place walks away with 20, and the numbers will go -1 every other spots that is lower than number 1, all the way up to 20 if they only walk away with that 1 pointer. With each week added up, that will allow them to stack those points to see how well they fare to qualify into the grand finals itself. Currently, we still see a few teams over on the bottom of the bracket, namely Box Gaming, For Rivals, and a few more names out there such as BN United, which we see them doing well in certain other games, but they have not found their footing just yet. So we'll keep our eyes on them, as these are the groups that will be playing for the entirety of the league.
Yeah, for starting off with Group A, we have Xavier, For Rivals, Buriram United, and TEM. I think TEM is the most performing team out of last week, really surviving, surprising us with the consistency as well as their, I would say, aggression, because they have a great balance. Unlike Xavier, who is just trying to survive for as long as possible, TM is very much the opposite, surviving for as long as possible, but still picking off those kills one by one, especially as they get into Circle 4 or 5. Now for Group B, I think the team that really surprised me is Alter Ego, quietly just getting all of those points, but not necessarily making a big splash.
That's right, and when we talk about all these sort of points that have been accumulated, like I mentioned early on, 3 teams currently sit on top of the ladder with 36 points, namely 3 of the teams that are all hailing from Thailand, and should I even say top 5, it's still dominated by Thailand. We got Infinity, TEM, BAC making up the first 3, and then we have FaZe Clan, who's a few pointers shy to chase up upon the rest of the competition, and also there is Vampire Esports at 5th place. While we look into the bracket, SLD has remained to be the top dog out of the Vietnamese region, and then you see 2 teams coming in from Indonesia, GD as well as Alter Ego, securing 26 points and 25 points apiece, and then you have Yoodo Alliance that make their way into the top 9, overtaking Geek Fam, who's currently placed at 11, and BRU will be the team that will be the least amount of recruit coming in from the Thai region, but they are still within the top 10.
Yep, but this is only for the bonus rankings. I think what's really interesting about all of this is the shift in placements, where if you look at how exactly these teams have shifted up and down, it's mostly because of those pendulum situations here, where one team would suddenly do really well out of the blue and they just get pushed up all the way to the top, and some teams, they are just kind of like penduluming back and forth. So as Geek Fam, one round doing really well and one round not doing so great, kind of like pushes them up and down in a very scary situation, because it's so inconsistent, it's really hard to predict where exactly to go next.
But this is all the overall performance for the past 2 weeks accumulated, and we're still seeing a little bit of a disparity for those at the bottom, so we really have to keep track on how well does these 4 teams at the bottom do. 4 rivals, BN United, Box Gaming, as well as DBD. Out of the 4 names, 3 of them are still on a singular digit, meaning to say, if they really want to be safe to make it into the Southeast Asia Finals, they need double-digit pointers, meaning to say, they have to secure at the very least top 10 by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, but let's have a look at what happened last week. So this is for one of the most interesting kills from Yen. And I think if you look at for DBD, they do have moments where we see those potential. Even though they're at the very bottom of the ladder, what's the most interesting is that when the aggression comes through, when they do have to take these team fights, they have an idea how to approach it, but they're getting very unlucky when it comes to the third party.
Yeah, I would say so. It is their debut into the PMPL Southeast Asia after all, which they should be able to at least grasp how the rest of the teams should be playing. FaZe Clan definitely had one stellar performance heading into Miramar, which we managed to get a cast from. And there's so many great action that happens in this map itself, where we even see BN United getting a glimpse of glory for multiple of these battles. But even so, we haven't seen them getting a more of a consistent effort heading into bigger maps, and that is primarily a concern because you only get a few rounds inside of Sanhok, and oh boy. Yep, this gets into the highlights, and Tiger still managed to basically make it all work, which is why that was impressive.
That was like a 360 no-scope, honestly, if you think about it.
I think like 720?
720. Yeah, when you think about it, because he actually flipped over twice. That was absolutely insane. Getting a double flip and of several kills has always been part of the coolest things to do, and I want to be just like him. But let's have a look at the teams to look forward to today overall as we move into Sanhok. And of course, Infinity is always one of the teams to look out for. They're very aggressive, and for Sanhok, I believe that teams that are more aggressive will be rewarded a little bit more than teams who play passive. But we have seen Bacon Time make it all the way to second place last week just by playing the healing game all the way till the end of time. GIDS as well, very aggressive. FaZe Clan, I would say that they found the balance in between passive and not aggressive as too much aggressive. It's more of like the positioning which kind of calls for it. And the Xavier, a team that goes for more of survivability over those fights.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. When you look at the number of elimination points acquired in those maps, it's not as high, but they've been able to at least make it the top one very consistently. Now we take a look at some of the top players of the tournament before we kick off our third week of the PMPL SEA Championship Fall. We've seen Tony K basically destroying the competition multiple times. FaZe Clan, though they are not at the top, Tony K was the main man that put those points back to the team. And of course, you do have Newsy that has been the main carry of the Infinity itself. So in our first matchup, we'll be seeing B, C, D, E to be taking up this match. Group A will be sitting out, so we won't have any action coming in from the Savior, for rivals, Buriram United, as well as TEM.
I think this would be a very good situation, I think, especially without having DX kind of like hold a compound too well, which means that we can expect more bloodbath coming into Sanhok. But I'm really excited to see more of Miramar. I think for Miramar, even though it's a little bit of a slower start, but what's always really interesting is about how the circle ends, whether it's going to include a high ground or not, whether it's going to be an area that's going to be an urban finish or not. It's always really fun to see an air angle. Of course, it's always going to be chaotic depending on how exactly it's going to go. But when you look at all the circles that we've seen last week in the maps of Miramar and air angle, it's been very chaotic, all the way pulling all the way south, all the way east, all the way north. Sometimes we also had a map where it was like 30% land and 70% water, which is absolutely insane.
That's right, and of course, I believe some of these teams out Group A are happy to sit this one out because we've seen some really erratic circles heading into Sanhok, and you really don't want to leave things to the chance of how it's being dictated by the key areas of zone being held out. And of course, before we get into action, let's talk a little bit of what we do have in game, because we got the first original PUBG Mobile car, Cruise Beat come through attitude with the Facilius, driving into action. And I just love to take a glimpse at some of all these cool cars that goes into the game. And yeah, I kind of wish I have that in real life too.
Speaking of real life, it would be really cool if, say, that PUBG Mobile one day has like a roadshow in Malaysia.
Ooh.
Or wherever in Southeast
I would
Asia.
love that.
Yeah, and they actually bring in that car. But you know that October is the month of spooks, so enter if you dare. We have a Strange Town available now, and I'm really, really liking this Halloween stuff happening. It's always fun, it's always scary, it's always spoopy, and it's always fun to play with your friends all together. You want to play with me? I'm scared.
Well, if you ask so politely, why not?
Yes!
Let's go for some games all together. You guys can join our lobby after all these matches are done. Well, of course, we'll see what time it ends.
This is
but
Halloween.
here is the question. What is your A skill? Well, you tell us what there is in store for you guys, because there's so many brand new cool stuff that's inside the game that you should actually check out for this, and you'll be able to find out a whole lot more. So show your skills to us, and guess what?
What?
Today is a Wednesday. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, but before we talk about that, we still have something that you guys don't want to miss out on. Sign up for the Royal Pass and you can get your hands on both the Clairvoyant Fox set as well as the Midas Fortune set.
Yep, it's so pretty, absolutely beautiful. Think opera, think luxury. Wow, dramatic. I mean, yeah, I am pretty dramatic, but let's have a look at what happens here, because we're gonna go off to Nusa, friends. We're gonna have a beach holiday on the island. It's very pretty, very awesome, very islandy, tropically, but most importantly, it also comes with crossbows and you can burn buildings.
Yeah, and I could imagine Eve just whispering to my ear, "Island boy."
Island boys, you're
just like a song. Yep. Just like that. Other than that, of course, we got Bobo Boy. You guys seen the trailer. We are having the Elemental Force coming into play. And you know what? Most of these stuff are coming in 2023. I honestly can't wait, because there's so many cool elements that they're bringing in to PUBG Mobile.
I really like the helmet. I think that's the coolest part about it. You feel really cool.
I love the parachute.
Spiky. I was about to say that too, but the helmet is cooler because you feel like Robocop. But of course, you're Bobo Boy.
If you find a level T helmet, often chances, yep, you still gotta go in for those loots. But
oh yeah,
this is what you can loot up if you sign up for the second qualifier of the PMCC 2022. Hashtag one spot, one goal. Get your friends together and register now. This is your last chance to qualify to the PNNC 2022. That is the road to the PMPL MYSGPH.
Always fun. 40,800 ringgit is a lot of money, especially for a college kid. But before we get into that, let's talk about our talent predictions today, because I am going for Infinity for our first match today, and you're going for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, and I could see that they have finally formed a formula of their own, that they've been able to basically secure a compound or any sort of elevation and slowly play towards their strength, coming in from long angles. And Yoodo Alliance so far has been able to impress. Back in the previous week, they should be able to do that once again. So hopefully I am going to be right on this prediction, but chances are you have so many of all these amazing teams vying for that spot.
This is a very interesting situation when we talk about Sanhok. I mean, last year, what we saw was everyone was playing healing games over on the further side of the map, but now we're seeing teams that are very, very aggressive, just chasing for those kills. There's some teams like Infinity, you can see their rotations are the most interesting. They go very long rotations as though they are just stalking for prey in the jungles of Sanhok. But then you have Bacon Time, who somehow seems to have managed to evade the chaos and heal their way all the way up to second place. That's insane.
I gotta say, it's all down to confidence level. If you can basically take on multiple targets or even majority of all these players from the outskirts all the way inwards, go ahead and do that. Or else just basically look for that prime location inside of the middle of the circle and just play it out while other teams will start to congregate. And speaking of congregating, let's all gather up onto the screens as we're about to take flight on our first match of Week 3 in the PMPL Southeast Asia.
I always get so excited hearing that song. It's like gets you hyped. Gets you wondering like what's gonna be happening next. And I mean that's us as viewers.
Yeah.
But what about the players? When they hear that, they're hopping into the game. I wonder what goes through their mind.
I'm pretty sure their sound is more of like then they get this playing.
Oh yeah. They don't hear what we hear.
They don't get to see what's going on with the mini map while the game is happening. But of course, as we take us through this whole course of the journey, we are seeing Bacon Time already moving in towards the southern area. Now, keep your eye out on this specific drop. They are basically splitting out throughout Nakam, Sami, as well as the corners of Camp Charlie. That's the best way you could basically stash up the most amount of loot, but they have to be really careful because NFT is going to be close by. Same goes to Snipes. That's around the ports over on the south side of Nakam, while we have FaZe Clan with all this glitz and glory. But look at what we have inside Paradise Resort. We're getting a battle between Boom Esports versus VPE.
This is always the issue when you go to Paradise Resorts. I mean, you check in. It's a very big resort, and you are entitled to at least one side of the hotel.
And the receptionist says like, sorry sir, your room is booked. Like, by who?
Yeah,
Boom!
Took your spot there. It's always fun to see these early fights as well. This is going to be a CQC. And always these CQCs have been very interesting. Especially from Yummy. We've seen what he's done last week, especially with the SK... What was that? What's the upper?
I think it was an S10 shotgun.
Yeah, S10 shotgun. So,
it's just a single shot every single time you go.
Exactly.
And
So,
he managed to clutch it.
oh, look at that! Jonas was going to be opening up right now. But his teammates are ready to at least refrag it. But because the opening shots have been done, you start to see that all these teams have started to move out. There's the first blood, gonna be from Hexas. It's gonna be great for them because Boom really need these points in order to just push themselves forward.
I just love how every one of them are just by the lobby, and Yummy this time gets taken out instead.
No, not Yummy!
He's on his knees, but the rest of Boom Esports are ready to reclaim some of the fallen members out there. Shreps managing to close it out against Octa, leaving only one member left. And Gracie, what does he got there? Only a couple of shots fired. And that will be the end of that part. Esports, my goodness me.
I'm shook.
I'm shook as well.
Dude.
We thought that Boom Esports would have actually had
lost
problems there.
Yeah, because we've seen that VPE is always a little bit better when it comes to these fights. But when you look at today, looks like it's going to be more people
DBD's coming
checking
in.
into Paradise. Oh, yep, DBD has hopped in. You see Infinity as well here. Why is everyone checking in today? It's a very busy weekend. It's going to be Boom Esports checking out next, though. Oh,
It's just the weekdays, my friends, but don't worry. It does feel like the weekend. Now Infinity's here to party as well, as they heard all these party poppers.
He heard the commotion.
Yeah.
He heard the party
flying up in
happening.
the air, and Boom Esports, they didn't manage to reset, and therefore they fall off 15th spot.
I don't
At the
blame
very
him.
least, they got themselves 4 pointers.
Exactly. I don't blame them for getting 15th place because they were already slowly going down here, but it looks like it's going to be a third party getting third-partied by Infinity. You saw only got Tania earlier, and now the rest of the cavalry is here, and they want to take DBD. Now, if DBD wins this, it'll be great for them. They need those points just to kind of boost them up all the way to the top because they aren't having like the best of time. But they're going to be going with a tactical retreat instead.
It's better for them to retreat. I mean, they've already lost one member out of that initiation coming in from Mela, and after that, you just don't really have enough resources to fight off against Infinity, as they are basically challenging one of the top teams in the competition. We've seen them secure plenty of points, currently sitting at top 1. And vying for that spot, of course, we still have other teams like FaZe Clan, who's on top 4. And I think like they're still causing quite the teardown. And overall, I just feel like early skirmishes aren't really worth the cause. But
No.
especially when you're Boom Esports as well as the team that
DBD,
basically
yeah.
challenged them, VPE.
VPE is all right.
They all landed at the same spot, so that's understandably why like you want to go in for a challenge. DBD, at the very least, get a few extra points, but they lose one member. Would I call it worth it? Not exactly, though. But whatever they can take for now is going to be crucial.
Oh no, looks like they took a shot? No, I don't think so. I think it was just a little bit of an accident there. But I wanted to say that those little pets that they have are just so cute. I really want to get one and save up for those. But for DBD, I think that they're going to be very, very happy right now with where they are. I mean, they already got 3 points. They lost 1. So a 3-for-1 situation is not a bad thing, especially this early when 2 teams are already out of the way. So you are going to be at least getting some placement points. Not the best, but you can just play survival game. But we know that Geek Fam managed to get a chicken dinner last week with only 3 members on Sanok.
That's right, and it's still entirely doable for the rest of DBD. Walk away with 3 points. Well, I guess I got to take my words back. Like, it's still relatively worth it as they manage to claim members out of Boom. And now, another 2 teams to wait out until you actually get ranking points from placements itself. FaZe Clan usually plays by the hillside. DBD, they don't have enough firepower to fend off against FaZe Clan just yet. They're about to walk into this den of
death. I'm just being dramatic.
Very dramatic. Wasn't ready for that. A little too early. But then again, FaZe Clan, you know what they do offer? Yep. The big capital D.
Oh.
Death.
oh. I was going to say that for FaZe Clan.
What else are you thinking about?
I never thought about anything.
Destruction.
Destruction, ducks, dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate?
Girl's hungry, man. But anyways, coming back to FaZe Clan, I wanted to say is that it's always great.
I do love myself some dark chocolate.
True. But what I was trying to say is that for FaZe Clan, their priorities are so good, especially in the early game. Don't take those fights, loot as much as we can, immediately take an area where we can have the most amount of, I would say, place to get some recon or information rather. High grounds are so good, but already hearing shots, but I wish we can see where it's coming from. Is it from FaZe toward DBD?
Seems like it. But for now, most of them are inside of shelters, so they don't really have to fully commit from quite the high terrain. However the case, we have not seen the first phase of the circle appear, and therefore
it's shy today. It's a Wednesday.
Well, before it could come out of the closet.
Oh man, but for DBD right now, you can see that they're playing a turtle shell situation. It's rare, like they would sometimes go aggressive, and then suddenly they lose one or they have a disadvantage, and suddenly goes turtle shell. But for Sem9, oh my God, Sem9, I have so much to say about this team. Like, you have a lot of, Malaysians especially have a lot of expectations for them coming into this tournament. And I think for now, feels like Sem9, even though they had a bad first and second week, I think for second week toward the last part of the week, they seem to have found their footing. We started seeing them to make comebacks. They started to take these aggressive fights, and they're starting to have this chemistry with one another. At first, you always see like maybe Putra would be going into a fight alone, and his 3 teammates are nowhere to be found. And toward the end of the week, we're like, oh wow, they're finally doing this sort of playstyle that they actually go around surrounding the enemies and coming in from different angles. I wonder what changed, and I'm really curious to know what exactly allowed them to come to this conclusion of getting this chemistry.
I do wonder exactly the same point, though. Ego Esports, they found themselves in quite some precarious situations many times. Now they're playing by the corners of Quarry, where they're also surrounded by some of these players out there. Seems to be NFT on the other corner, where both sides are just having a little bit of a standstill. But yeah,
I want
absolutely
production
cute.
to zoom into the Dugo. Is that Shiba Inu? Chihuahua?
It looks like a cute little Shiba.
A cute little Shiba. Production, please. Give me what I want. Give me what the people want. We want the Dugo, friends.
Well, eventually we'll get it. But not for now, as we have to focus on some teams that are trying to make their way across. Alter Ego still on the Alpha Islands. Or should I say this looks like the south side as well? It's pretty hard to tell. They do have a boat as an option to rotate into the next area of play. But
look at their loot, though. Look at this.
yeah, we expect them to basically go on a scavenger's hunt to look out for more of these first aid kits. And
that's
no
always a
luck for
great plan B. But what must be a plan B? GD. That's Alan. Very, very bold move going to the front. But look at NFT. They did not even shoot out. They're just waiting for them to hit that spot. They're just basically playing by ear, playing by cue, instead of just like being too aggressive, shooting out early. Because sometimes when you give out your position a little bit too early, might not be good because you're not able. Yeah, because you're not able to. Because they're able to prepare for you where you are.
Exactly that. And majority of the teams have been able to sniff out that the first phase of the circle will close out into the central area. Therefore, FaZe Clan, NFT, as well as GD, they've actually booked themselves some really nice surroundings for the temporary measure. Geek Fam, though, they're moving into the corners of boot camp. This is going to be a little bit dicey for them if they were to trill deeper into the middle of the circle. While Sem9, they got a little bit of a situation here. Uzi, the top gun of the competition, approaching closer. We expected Dep as well as Putra to be high fragging into many of these rounds, but Sem9 haven't got these two lads to have their engines running in high speeds, but Uzi masking his footsteps all along the way.
He's so sneaky. He's so good at this. How he just like kind of stalks his prey quietly from the
I love
back.
how he's so disciplined in
Right?
while doing so, because usually all these players will just
He doesn't make a single sound. He's a PUBG mobile assassin.
like most people will just be running out in the open. It's like, okay, no one's gonna get me. This area is not gonna be taken by anyone, right?
Yeah.
But he leaves nothing to chance. So Nuzi, he's been able to always keep himself safe with that sort of move. That's great on him. Geek Fam, though, now in the battle with FaZe Clan.
Wait, 20k is so low, but I don't think it was Geek Fam that shot.
It was Echo from DBD.
Exactly. That's a great opening, but not enough to get the knock onto it. But look at Yuhai. He's just waiting from the back. And I think that Yuhai has been doing such a great job getting these third-party kills, getting long range ones. It's going to be Micah. Look at Mika. He's also wanting to play third-party. And I think that this new approach of Geek Fam playing third-party instead of going head-on has been really good for them, because it's very rare that they go back to the lobby with no points. So
That's right. And Tony K now locks on target, knows that Micah is shooting from the other corner.
look at Alter Ego.
Meanwhile,
They're
Alter
having
Ego-
fun. They're having the island dream.
Is it really fun, though, when you're inside the blue zone?
Not really. Not really.
Not exactly. Potato only has 6 first 8. He's not going to waste
Look
any
at
of
his
it, though.
teammate though. Look at how many he has. He has 20. He earlier
They're
had
all stacking up
23.
6, I guess. And
Yeah.
by the time that everyone goes down, you will want that last guy to pick everything up from the ground. Mela, he's still waiting by the corners of Cal. They've never really left the city. Infinity, they've been having a lot of good time over in Northern Section. They picked up some number of kills inside Paradise Resort. But Mela, he found 11 so far.
Dang.
I'm pretty sure they've already looted up some of these areas. He's just hoping that he can find more and more of these stashes. But Alter Ego, they're also hunters, right?
I would
course,
love
8
to
kit
be.
hunters.
Yeah, I would love to be. It's like, you know, when you're young, you're playing scavenger hunt. Like, who has a 1 ringgit note? And everyone scrambles around looking for it to give it
Back
to
in
the.
our era, it was a 1 ringgit coin.
Yeah, coin. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Or maybe like, who has a red ribbon? And then you just run all over the place looking for it.
Red ribbon?
Yeah, like the hair ribbon. Or maybe like, you know, like Easter?
Uh-huh.
Then you try to like look around for those eggs, and the person who has the most eggs wins the big, giant chocolate rabbit.
I couldn't relate because I've never celebrated Easter.
Well, I don't celebrate it, but like, when I was younger, I went to school that celebrates Easter. So I would see them display these things. I would always feel like, oh, I don't celebrate Easter. I don't deserve to be here. But everyone's just so welcoming.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially when we're in Southeast Asia, we celebrate a lot of different festivities,
Oh, yeah.
occasions, and wow, let's see who gets to celebrate the next circle, though, as it appears to be around the corners of boot camp. GD, obviously not too happy with this. Same goes to Ego Esports,
I
where
wanted
they have to cut
to
across Quarry.
I wanted to say that I'm a bit disappointed that no one is taking care of the bridge over to the west side because it would have been a great
Nobody's
area
going to
to
be cutting
hold.
across
Yeah,
109.
exactly. So I'm just saying that it would have been cool to have a team there. If you hold that area, it's so great because you'd have to look at anyone coming in from the west side.
But eventually, it does close back out into the central area. So
Oh,
whether or
yeah.
not how long will they be holding on to that section is definitely a huge question. Where we have Box Gaming still trying to make it work out here in week 3. We'll have to take out FaZe Clan if they really want to put any points on the block. Also surrounded on the edge is going to be the rest of Yoodo Alliance approaching closer and closer to the hills. Where NFT Esports says, okay, we're just going to chill inside of these huts. No one's going to get anywhere closer, I hope. But more attention will be drawn into the central area. So NFT Esports, they're basically they're on the lookout. DBD with 3 members, how long can they hold is another question.
Yoodo Alliance is a very interesting team that I feel like it's really catching us off guard in terms of their performance. They're doing really well compared to the other Malaysian teams. I think they're basically on par with Geek Fam, but the way they play is very different. For Yoodo Alliance, they're less aggressive, more, I would say, kind of like GID, I would say, the way they play. And it's been working out so good for them. But toward the last parts of last week, it seems like they were struggling to find their footing. I mean, given the fact that they had like so many impossible circles and the fact that they were getting sandwiched, I wonder how they've already planned on approaching this week to handle situations when they are sandwiched between 2 big teams.
Yeah, and most often than not, they just really have to fight their way out. NFT sees a crate just by the outskirts, but I'm not too sure if it's ever safe for Boy Chill to go ahead to loot it all up.
I wonder
Still
if boy
GDs around.
chill means like boy that's small because chill, boy chill, get it?
Could be the case, or it could be
Boy, chill boy. You know, God of War? Boy.
Gotta ask the Indonesians out there if we have any context on how he gets his
I
eye.
mean, there's also a Sneesil player. Sneechill,
Yeah?
Sneesil. Yeah, also that as well. Also a thing.
It's just like how, you know, every other team just have this guy that has the name Boy at the very end.
Oh,
You
yeah.
have Small Boy, you have Para Boy, you have
You
Old
High Boy.
and many of these boys out there. All trying to gun for the top prize pool. This time, 200K is on the line.
That's a lot of money.
Of US dollars. Like, I can't imagine like how much money that will be if you convert that to Indonesian rupiah. Like, you know, when I go to Indonesia, I always have trouble counting money because
Yeah.
it's always by the thousands. Like, it's confusing to me.
Yeah. I mean,
So imagine that bank account. Like, it's gonna look like millions or billions.
billion rupiah. I wonder how much a billion rupiah is. Can you chat if you guys can math for us?
If
let
they
us
win,
know.
we'll ask the
Yeah, yeah.
champions.
Yeah, how much a billion rupiah is in,
Oh, boy.
in US dollars.
Look
but
at the circle, though.
man.
We're finally
Look at
getting ourselves
BN.
a boot camp ending.
Yeah, look at BN right now. But Sem9 has a pretty good area, but now they have to swim through though.
Yeah, this is going to be A-okay for the rest of Sam9 unless if Alter Ego spots them cutting across while Infinity they can just slide in from the north corner of the map. Meanwhile, battle happening here. FaZe Clan already getting nades locked at the side of 2K. I guess it's not FaZe Clan, it's just going to be Ego Esports instead. Box Gaming taking on their brethren from Vietnam. And they're hoping to basically secure more of these points. They managed to secure one against them. Ego Esports trying to go in for some quick reset, but they're still having a little bit more of a room for slight reset, but the blue is slowly devouring in. Attic Luke from the further side of the map will be keeping an eye out as soon as Albion United finally gets the first drop as he tries to secure the areas of boot camp.
What a refrag from NFT. Getting that refrag is always really good. Gives you at least a point as well. Mine dwindles down the numbers. Less headache for you to think about, but AE swimming in. It's a very scary situation because they have to climb out a terrain in order to get there. And it's going to be Infinity that will be welcoming them at the shores as Mela has his eye train. It's going to be shooting, but none of the shots will be connecting onto him as he is just swimming away for his life.
Right now, he doesn't really have much options left, does he? He will eventually go back to shore and maybe come in for a flank angle against Infinity. While more and more of these nades will be lobbed right in. If Semline's going to be looking for now, they're going to be able to attack Infinity, and that's just exactly what's happening right here. Gatuni just having a take of health left, where DBD can basically trail right in. Taking time having one member knocked out by Semline, while they will eventually refract to take down Lord Harm. Now, these battles are happening across the shore, and Semline hoping to take out the rest of the Bacons, and we have Ices, the one member there remaining to hold it out. Bacon time, 2 members left. Newsy will eventually take on Zix, and that will be 1 member down for the side of DBD. Many of these names just starting to appear across the kill feed, and it's not looking all too good for some of these Malaysian squads.
Honestly, that circle kind of like shifted suddenly, but Yoodo Alliance now dwindled down in numbers, but Nuzi's over there on the backside as well. For Infinity, we know that Nuzi loves to be a third party, but look at it, look. He's playing a bold play, getting shot from the side here. Not a great situation, but Echo will be getting him back. And right now, Adi look immediately going to be sent back to the lobby, but Jimmy OP very low. He has to move into the circle. It's kind of open, but because everyone has to reset, he will live another day.
And he managed to take down 2 before going into the circle. That's going to be good enough, while Jimmy will be blown up. That's the last member of the side of DBD, crashing out as the circle closes into the far corners over on northeastern section. FaZe Clan, they do have the surroundings here secured, but then again, they have 1 member taken out by FitMT, and the rest of Ego Esports, they can dictate who will be moving into the circle. That's the best check possible in this matchup, while Infinity moves in from the northern side. 5 elimination points being secured by the rest of DBD before bowing out, while Olio still outside of the play zone. Newsy will step right in. He should be safe for now. The Infinity, though, they have to always watch their 6.
I think for Infinity, where they are right outside of the circle has been great. In front of them, it's a little bit of a high terrain as they go down onto it. But the situation here is now that the circle already ping-ponged toward the right. And for those who held the compound toward boot camp, is going to have an issue because you're trying to move in and out of the building. But look at how it's going up in here. Just as I mentioned it, there for Ramones, Bensu, and the other member of Box Gaming is in trouble as 2 of them immediately eliminated from the game, and they only got 1 elimination total.
Yeah, unfortunately for Geek Fam, they managed to find angles against all these players, but they are all being snitched up by the rest of the teams. BN United as well as NFT, they're holding around these sectors, and it's going to make it hard for Geek Fam while Yuhai gets tagged up. It's going to be GD that will claim these numbers. SLD are getting punctured up, nothing to defend for, while Trongzin,
how is Alter Ego still alive?
And he still has to find these kills against Alter Ego. Not much that he could possibly do. Very little versus his work, but he does get those drops. 3 members down. SLD still having some left to offer, and SLD will never go down without a fight. Claims all the lives of Alter Ego, leaving only Renal to be alive.
Sem9 as well. He gets 1 more. He fell out of the way. SLD, 12th place for eliminations. Yuhai as well outside of play zone. This is a very difficult circle to navigate through, but here, Noah's portion of nade does not connect so very close. The Molly as well will help, at least in terms of zoning, get him out of the way. But I see that he is not moving.
GD lurking around over a lower side of the bunker as there is a jump shot coming in. PN United couldn't even find a way to defend, but they will eventually trade 1 for 1. Not enough, though, for the rest of the players of GD. Damroot moves right in. Silence needs to quickly pick up Noaz, while Damroot is the only member that's trying to fight it out for the side of Geek Fam. BN United just taking absolute control inside of boot camp, and it will be the elimination of Geek Fam, only walking away with 1 point. And Eagle Esports are driving by directly into the crosshairs of FaZe Clan. Lycan brings 1 down, but he's still numbered up as he didn't manage to snap it in time towards Chua.
FaZe Clan as well now out of the way, but the grenades are a little bit too strong there for NFT. Eagle Esports still dominating regardless. It doesn't really matter at what you throw at them. They are survivors. Toron cooking up that nade, throwing it out. Hopefully it's going to be hurting It is gonna get one at least, so that's a great thing. Only one member left, but look at BN United. They're pushing up right now, but it's gonna be Boy Chill gets one knock onto the members of BN United. So you see the cut in noise and the cut in movement from BN United as they try to get the reset. They're being very, very disciplined not to overextend.
Indeed, and Ego Esports at least finding a little bit more room to go in for a revival. That'll buy enough time for both sides to basically have a little bit more of a trade-off there, as Infinity is just in the middle of the warehouse where they have a lot of room for safety. Every other team will have to battle their way inwards or just be right under that ditch where Ego Esports is currently hiding. Capone cooks up one huge nade, though. He's not going to be deciding on lobbing it towards that direction. Instead, wants to trade off against NFT, who's got some great angles upon him. Ramos goes in for the catch. As he will be bringing that UMP to party, he will be dropped instead. Another Molotov is bringing into play. Whilst Bell tries to move into the shack. Silence coming in, cutting through the corners, and he will bring them down. 5 points in for BN United, and Drawn is the only member left for the side of NFT. They gotta make a move. There's not much time left, and he guts over onto the open ground.
Oh my god.
BN United wins the trade.
Really great for BN United. They're very, very aggressive, but they do take their time. But BN United finally going to go down. Alter Ego finally goes down. The final person alive, and it's always so interesting seeing them. But Infinity, once again, still dominating. The way they've gotten the circle so early, holding on to 3 compounds gave them so much advantage. Bacon time, as usual, playing the healing game outside of the circle somewhere, but for 2E, they have to find a way inside. Staying on the outside means that they don't have a lot of stuff happening, but it's going to be Almstyle eliminated at 3rd place right now. But look at FIDMT with the aggression coming through. But Infinity, they know they don't have to go super aggressive. They can just wait for 2E to push up. But the nade will be hitting Mela first. Not going to be a problem as the other members are just going to pick him up. Logan coming in from the other side. They can go for a pincer situation if they want to. Coming in from both sides, just choking them. But so is 2E.
The problem is Mela's on the outskirts, so there's no way that they can go in for a round, but they are going to be closing things out. Great blind coming in onto Newsy. It's only going to be 1 versus 2 for now. No time left for the side of Eagle Esports. They have to push through. The circle still upon Infinity, but they're basically pressing on the attack. Newsy knows he's going to be low. Infinity looking for that moment of a chicken dinner, and they will secure it by the end of the round.
How interestingly played from the Infinity. Very big rotations, but quick on the execution. Getting that top side of the circle has been so great for them. How quickly they took all 3 of those areas, 1 player in each, and as they move as the circle moved and didn't go too aggressive. And you know what? My prediction was right.
Exactly. Right on that. And first, Infinity continues on their winning streak heading into week 3. Overall, we take a look at how they managed to achieve this accomplishment. They rotated from the north corner of Cal, and they heard some of all these noises happening inside Paradise City, and they basically took those battles and then slowly move into bootcamp. They didn't have to make drastic movements across this whole matchup, and that basically helps them slowly get into the best position possible, whereas other teams, they're hoping to secure areas like Quarry over on top skills of bootcamp, and that didn't really pay off all too well. But we go back into the highlights to witness all these commotion in the early game where Boom Esports managing to trade off against Vampire, and eventually it was DBD that will set the record straight until Infinity arrives.
I think what's interesting about Sem9 is that we're seeing them survive a lot longer than they did prior. And even if they lost 3, they're playing a very, very interesting survivability game. It's been looking really great for them. But for Alter Ego, I really have to question their interesting rotation. How I think like they kind of like bit themselves back in the butt by taking that rotation by the side of those rocks.
Yeah, and it was really turbulent for their ride heading into the circle overall. BN United put up such a great fight against NFT, and we thought that they might be able to challenge Eagle Esports for this corner of the ditch, but it was Infinity that has been stopping them on their tracks. To this very moment, Eagle Esports managed to secure 2nd place. It's still a relatively good finish for them, but Infinity just got everything running perfectly for them, and hence why you give Newsy all these great cards on his hands, he will basically deal the huge A's to close out the round.
Going back to the teams to focus right now, as usual, it's going Infinity, 2E, Bacon Time, and BN United. I don't think that we're going to be seeing a change in this, at least for Sanhok. I mean, yes, for last week, maybe it was going to be Geek Fam, but ever since Monday, we haven't seen that comeback for Sanhok from Wednesday. We haven't seen that comeback from Sanhok for Geek Fam as well. But for Bacon Time, I think the reason why they're in blue, look at that, 16 minutes. It's almost half the match. They were playing the healing game outside. Just unfortunate because as the time went by, they didn't have enough resources to keep on healing, as the other members are all in the same compound fighting for their lives.
That's right. And Bacon Time, though they managed to secure a third place finish, they only have 1 elimination points in this matchup, where we have to also compliment both BN United as well as Ego Esports. They managed to accomplish 9 takedowns, even higher than the Infinity did, and that has put Ego Esports just 1 point below the winners of the chicken dinner. So that itself is quite the accomplishment. While we have 3 teams from Indonesia to secure 5th, 6th, and 7th spot respectively. We'll go into that later on, as Newsy again and again will offer the most takedowns.
This is a very interesting situation from Newsy, because today I feel like his gameplay is a little bit different than usual. Usually when he's playing alone in the 3-1 situation, he would be third party or getting a pick and running away for his life. But today you saw a very different discipline from Newsy, where he is playing the scout and just playing quietly, getting information for his team, and not even initiating those fights. At least 2 of them were together. And I think the idea of them was that, yes, in the first week we were aggressive, we were getting eliminations, but we were not getting that survivability. What can we do to prolong this? And the answer is playing together.
Yep, and they managed to accomplish that with great teamwork overall. And Newsy, he basically calls the shot to find the finishing blow at the very end, because it's all about information gathering in this matchup, where they know the final member of Ego Esports is really low, and therefore they went in for the win. So let's take a glimpse of how this one went from the early game of the teams, on how they managed to move their way into that corner of boot camp. So we'll keep our eyes out on Bacon Time, because we didn't really see too much action coming in from them.
Yeah.
Where this whole south side, where I want to discuss, is that they're taking their sweet time outside of blue just to secure maximum loots, and therefore they play that killing game to secure their own maximum points of 10, getting into third place. While Ego Esports, we saw them being stuck by the corners of Quarry, but they slowly made their way past the northern part of Quarry, hit over the top side of the hill, and then they secured a compound of their own just by the northeastern side of boot camp. That was a great area of play, considering the fact that there was a 20% chance that it will close into this specific sector. But it goes deeper into the warehouse, and Infinity, we thought that, hey, it's a little bit disadvantageous if it actually pulls towards the south. Thankful for them, that wasn't much of a hindrance, as they managed to take this entire sector by itself. And remember Renal, right?
Yeah.
He managed to sneak in from the back.
He's so sneaky as well. I mean, he eventually did go down, but it's so smart how he still managed to play for that placement point. Now, looking at how Infinity played, because they knew they had the circle advantage, they are able to play aggressive and push out. By putting Newsy in the front line, it puts him as the distraction, while at the same time, his teammate is ready from the backside, ready to refrag if possible. And they all knew that they had 1 more member left anyways. Regardless, Infinity still playing their cards right. Not as aggressive as last week, as we saw like maybe 15 eliminations from them. Now it's a little bit more quiet with 7. But in a way, I think this is how they're trying to preserve their points, as well as get the chicken dinner at the same time.
That's right, and overall it was a phenomenal start for the Infinity, and I believe there's going to be a lot more to come. Don't worry if your favorite team did not get the first chicken dinner. There's still 4 more matches, as eventually we'll be moving into Miramar for our second match of the day. So when we talk about Miramar, you know, the gameplay is vastly different compared to how Sanhok is being played out. No healing games whatsoever, and it's all about securing resources like vehicles and long-range weapons like the DMR. We haven't seen too many players go on bolt-action rifles, which I kind of miss the days where you see players with the Mosin Nagan or with the Car 98K, where you just go for those one taps. Now, we really have to compare stats, because you look at Ego Esports, sure, they didn't get the chicken dinner, they have more points, more damage in terms of elimination, and what's remarkable is that they barely even spend much time in the blue zone.
I think what's more interesting about Ego Esports, I have to say, is that they were not trying to pick up those kills. It was more of like when they were rotating, they ran into such as FaZe Clan, and they actually won out against FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
In that situation, I think honestly they were projected to lose because they were inside of the vehicle, but their quick reaction has been phenomenal.
Exactly, and I just want to point out the number 1314 in Chinese, it means forever.
Oh no!
Yep. And anyways, of course, we're going to be looking at the teams that will be eyeing out inside Miramar. Big Time has been the top team in this matchup with the most elimination points, and the most ranking points goes over to FaZe Clan, where they've actually closed high-flying rounds with, 25 points and above. It has been absolutely impressive. Well, SLD, the best team out of Vietnam so far, really showing great strength in this matchup, along with, of course, Alter Ego doing so much work to always get into the top four. So these are the teams to look out for. And most often than not, majority of the teams are actually in play for round 2.
I'm really interested to see how Boom Esports fare, because I feel like they had an interesting start just now where we saw Deja Vu from last week. They won out, and it's always fun to see Boom Esports win. But for DBD, they were using the same medicine Boom Esports did to the enemy team from last week, using that shotgun. But at the same time, Boom Esports still won it in the end. Just not getting that reset is just unfortunate. But yeah, I do want to see Boom Esports just like go boom and just suddenly come back.
Exactly, and there definitely will be a whole lot of explosions inside of Miramar, where we're going to be looking at majority of these teams really going up close and personal. Majority of these times when it does have the circle going into the city, we just love all these compound warfare where
CQC!
Every corner you just really have to look out for other opponents that's going to be lying in wait, and therefore it is a little bit daunting when it comes down to rotations for most part. So I believe that we're about to go ahead to make certain predictions before we move into the next matchup. You guys could do so as well, where you could pop on the comments down below over on the chat. And before we even do that, guess what? You guys can be part of the competition too, as PMCC will be happening real soon for the second qualifier. Scan that QR code and register right now is your last chance to qualify into the PMNC 2022. It's open for Malaysia.
Yep, so for you guys at home, in campus, who want to take your time to try and not only be pro or experience how pro tournaments feels like with a 40,800 ringgit prize pool, register right now, because this is the last chance that you can get into PMNC 2022. Now, from history, we've heard of some pro teams here in Malaysia picking up some campus players where they feel that have shown the best promise. And some of these players in these teams are a lot younger than, you know, all these college kids anyway. So in a way, this is your way to be noticed. There's no such thing as being too late, because when you're in campus, you have the chance to join PMCC #OneSquad1Goal.
That's right. You miss all the shots that you don't take. So basically, take the shot here, then you might just be the next PUBG mobile superstar. So, of course, with that being said, there are so many of all these great names that have popped up, and if you want to register, make sure that you're 16 years old and above, because, of course, we still care about your education and welfare overall, and you don't want your parents to be mad at you for, you know, spending too much time gaming. But if you can basically prove that you are worth all that sort of stuff that your parents nagged about, hey, go ahead, prove them that you can back some good money and, of course, make a living out of esports. So,
like us, but we're not pro players. We're like the casters, commentators.
We're trying.
Listen. If you're not good enough to play, you can show that you are smart enough in the brain, which is like us. But
it can be both.
Yeah, but you turn out into an analyst or a coach, right?
I guess more than that.
I mean, yeah, coming back to that, but you know, coming back to what I was talking about, join it, please. It's a very great, I think, opportunity for you guys at home if you guys want to experience a tournament life at least once in your life. And I think it's a very good opportunity for you guys to learn and just try out to see what exactly it takes to be a pro player. Now, coming back into Miramar, this is a very interesting map, because coming from trends from last week, what happens at early game, we have early fights and skirmishes until it goes quiet for a good 10 minutes or so as we go into circle number 3 or 4, and then suddenly everything just starts to go up to high speed. sometimes we start seeing people like, you know, maybe like still 15 teams still up and running up till the end. I mean, toward the 5th circle or so. 15? No, 12 or so. And then like suddenly it just dwindles in just like maybe 2 to 3 minutes. And it's just so explosive.
And we're talking about basically the best teams we have in Southeast Asia and also arguably in the world currently contending in this league itself. And it's always going to be tense for those who are involved in every single battle, especially when you tally up all these sort of points. There's a lot of things at stake that you really have to consider that, hey, your coach, the management staff that's been working so hard to ensure that everything is well taken care of. It's all down to the performance of each respective individual and team that are playing in this sort of matchup. So we can understand why that, you know, though it's all fun and games in most part, but if you're trying to make a living here, you're basically here to prove to yourself that, hey, I am the best player, or else like you don't get to make as much dough as you want.
No, but when you talk about like how pro players work, it's a very intricate situation where sometimes you have some of the best players in one team. Like sometimes, you know, when you have those super team sort of prediction, like I want this player to play with this player, to play with this player, to play with this player. Sometimes you do see those teams actually make those pickups and put them in one team. And then suddenly they don't perform in that particular season. Why? Because it all comes down to chemistry as well. Because there are some players...
Bond.
Exactly, the bond is one. Number 2. Wow, teams bond. Wow. But coming back to that, it's more of like sometimes certain players, they want to play aggressive and all they want to do is play aggressive. Some players, they like playing the hero. Sometimes there are certain teams that you need one player to be built around on because their playstyle is so strong it should influence the team. But some teams, they love to play together, they love to play a little bit safe. So it depends on the mindset of each player, of each team, on how exactly they want to keep it. You have to talk about it with your coach, right?
Exactly. I believe like it all goes down to the ideology of the team itself. Like certain teams, they are a little bit more linear when they do build their team towards that one specific person. But what if that one specific person isn't exactly up to the pace that you desire them to be? Then it does become a problem. And when it comes down to team effort type of play style, like one single miscommunication of miscalling, oh, there's say two units hiding behind a tree.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's another 3 players on the back. Like, small little details like that could make or break an entire squad position itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, everything factored in. It definitely is a very tough game to be played out for most part. But every single match that they go into, it's always going to be a new scenario. And of course, now that certain teams they've definitely had struggles in South Sana, moving into Miramar, it's always a clean slate. And therefore, now heading into the new week, I want to see new strategies to be brought into play. Teams that are passive, I want to see them go aggressive. Show us a different side of how they should play the game.
I think that's also really important as well, because when you play too passive, like say the Xavier, yes, you get those chicken dinners, but you only get one single elimination and you're not exactly balancing out compared to like teams like Infinity who are collecting those elimination points. Regardless, now let's talk about our eliminations as we go into the first map of Miramar here. I've noticed that you've always been going for SLD, and I understand that you see the potential in them. Now the reason I'm going for DX is more because they're good at that positioning and getting that point. But I don't think that they will get first place just because they lack the eliminations.
Yeah, I would say that the reason why I would vote for SLD is that they have this 2-2 split playstyle, which was a really old school sort of playstyle where it will work if only you can work very well going in tandem with your teammate that you're paired with. And most situations, they find themselves already in the circle, and when they do have a 2-2 split going on, it's always a 50-50 on how the circle will eventually gravitate towards an area. And by doing so, you'll be continuously getting yourself into great scenarios. SLD, we see them closing off games back in Miramar as well. And I'm hoping to see them do it once again if chances allow to, because they have shown themselves not as underdogs in this competition, as this is their debut into the PMPL Southeast Asia League. And they are now above every other PMPL Vietnamese team that are currently participating.
You know what's really interesting, as I actually casted for like 2 years now for PMPL, usually the teams that make their debut tend to struggle, especially as they go into SEA. They struggle because they haven't scrimed with these teams before. They don't know the play style or how exactly to work against these different sort of plays from different teams. But SLD seems to have done their homework very well. A lot of research coming through, adaptability, and every single time you're seeing these micro adjustments come through from them, is as though they're not a debuting team. They've had so much experience.
Yeah, and that's what I really love about the team. You know, like they came in with this strong mentality that we play what has worked for us. We don't have to always change our strategies just so that we fit into other people's clothes, how they play the game. Like they have made certain approaches, but it wasn't so drastic that it wasn't their identity. And by keeping true to themselves, that's where they finally found themselves successive runs heading into all different maps that they played out. Even in the past week itself, they have secured that top 10 finish, and we'll see whether or not can they do it again, or could it be the Xavier or any other team. Let us know your thoughts as we're diving right into Miramar here for match 2 on week 3.
Now that you've mentioned SLD that way, it's making me want to change my prediction, but I still stand by what I said about the Xavier. They are going to get chicken dinner, but we're going to see another team overtake them in terms of points if they do not go for the aggressive stance in terms of getting those eliminations. Now, for the flight path, Campo Militar to prison, I don't think we have to talk about that too much, where everyone is going to get to go wherever they want to go to. Now the question is if we're going to be seeing some teams drop at the same place, because we talked to Geek Fam, High Boy last week, and he said that we don't necessarily have a set drop spot. We are just dropping wherever we feel that's comfortable, and it has resulted in pretty good situations for them, because they are great at those tactical, I would say, retreats. They're great at taking early fights as well. So in a way, I think I'm liking this Geek Fam rather than them having one set drop spot.
Yeah, I do like this approach as well, and look at them. This time they move into El Azahar, and that also forces Alter Ego to retreat towards the next nearest township while they're still in their parachute, as you see them now moving into Terra Branca, a relatively smaller township, which may not offer the best amount of boosts possible. And no matter what, Alter Ego now has to decide, do you want to fight for rivals, or do you want to fight Geek Fam instead to leave this area? Unless if it's going to be a northeastern circle, then sure, they don't have to make a move, but the chances are, with this appearing, it has to be the case that they have to pick their fights.
They're going to have to pick fights as number 1, and number 2, as the circle might go southern. When you want to pass through areas, especially in toward Los Leones and all that, it's all compounds, and in our compounds, you have to assume that there's someone inside. Speaking of that, for TEM, I think they have one of the best urban finisher fights. They're really great at positioning. They're really great at taking an area. They're very, very patient. They're not over-aggressive. But the one to win out this vehicle this time will be Yoodo Alliance. They're a little bit faster than TM, let's be real here.
Rebel Boy just stole it right under the nose.
He was like, yoink, GTA 5, play it.
Norman's like, oh, okay, where's my weapon? Oh, I found the AK. Wait, now where's the guy? Too late.
I thought I had the car, but it's gone now.
Oh, shucks. Here we go again. That's always the case. It's still early, and I believe that there's still plenty of vehicles that TEM would chance by later on. Inside of Terra Branca, we'll look at the situation of Alter Ego. They managed to make it into top 6 at the very least, heading into our standout bout, where there wasn't as much eliminations that they hoped to actually achieve.
They were really unfortunate.
They were clipped out by Sem9 the last we check out.
Yeah.
SLD was also on
their tail.
Their tail as well. So
they couldn't climb. They were stuck on the rocks. If they swam, they were dead. If they climbed, they were dead. So all they had to do was just hold on to the end and kind of like let at least one teammate leave. Like, it's okay, I will go down. Run, brother.
Yeah. And at the very least, they got some positioning points.
Yeah.
Not too much of a bad
It's a great plan B.
Yeah. And of course, plan A is always to win the chicken dinner.
Of course.
It's always like the odds are always 1 out of 16.
Yeah.
And the odds may not always look great unless they beat the odds by having everything to fall perfectly into place. Positioning, check. Covers, that's also another form of,
Yep.
I want to call it equity? Or should I just say...
I would just say resource.
Yeah, a resource that they basically will have to rely on. But inside of Miramar, when you have so many things that you have to factor
they
in,
switched out.
this time they bring in
Manparang.
old man Manparang to come back
Wow, you really called him an old man. Actually, I
in.
think that
In PUBG Mobile terms,
he might be older than me.
I don't think so. Late
Ini.
20s.
Late 20s? I thought he was in his 30s.
Don't reveal your age. They don't.
I never said I was 30. I never said a single word. What are you talking about? Anyways, guys, if you guys are at home, yesterday was my birthday.
By the way, happy birthday.
Thank you. Here, give me a high five. Birthday high five. Thank you very much.
Yep. For you guys to hear. Yep.
Oh, production was also giving me a birthday high five.
That's right.
Oh,
And
man.
next week, my turn.
Oh my God.
We're all getting older.
We're like Libra babies, and I feel like there's too many Libras in the room.
Why are we?
Our self-righteousness is getting in the way, man.
It's a little liberating, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's
Man.
okay.
I wonder, out of all these players, how many of them are Libras? I think these eight. I think. Okay. Infinity are
As
them.
for Brute,
Wait, hang on. I think that Infinity are Libras because they're balanced in terms of kills and.
I think Boom Esports right now are Libra is like
Nah,
they're number 8 out of 16.
Nah.
They're in the middle of the pack.
No.
They're not higher, not lower.
Nah. I think that Boom Esports is a Sagittarius.
Sagittarius.
Yeah, because they're a little bit too aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I have not known many Sagittarius to make that remark.
What? You don't think
I don't want
Sagittariuses
to.
are aggressive
I don't want to
people?
judge everybody. You know? Like just because the star says you're this way doesn't mean like it defines you.
Okay, fine. I mean, like, to be fair, you are pretty self-righteous, you know.
Am I?
Oh, yeah.
Am I? Okay.
All right.
Okay, coming from another Libran.
Listen, it takes one to know one. I'm just saying.
Fair. Trongzin. I always get this name wrong. I mean,
Trongzin.
He's got the look going for them. I'm pretty sure he's quite the ladies' man back in his hometown.
Wow. How do you know this? Are you his friend?
I wish to be his friend.
Wow.
If he's
Trongzin, if you're
so
watching
stunning.
this, Contra wants to be your friend. Please.
Add me up.
Yeah, add him and give him a call.
Carry me, senpai.
Nah, he wants to meet you and have some food.
Yeah, I mean, somebody got to buy that flight ticket to Vietnam for me. So I
Heck
could
yeah.
say hi to him, say hi to some of my old friends.
But you know who you can say hi to, Sub9?
Oh, yeah, I did that every time we met up.
I haven't met them yet.
Oh, I'm surprised you haven't met any of them.
I know, I've interviewed them seasons ago.
Well, technically that's me.
Yeah, I
too,
mean, yeah,
through the
but
screen.
not to this new roster, though. It was the previous roster. And honestly, I am very, very happy that they retained Manparang, even though he's a little bit older when it comes to tournaments.
It's like, oh, I'm happy that he's retained because he's supposed to retire.
I mean, we can talk about so many different players that are older in the community. I mean, look at Kerrigan from a different game, just got picked up by FaZe Clan. And, honestly, everyone was so shocked, but despite his age, he brought FaZe Clan all the way to the win in the end, right? So it does show that even though age can be a detrimental factor,
it's all about the experience.
Exactly, it's all about the experience. But also, if that person, even though he's aged, but they can still, still play well, why not?
Yeah, some say certain men age like fine drinks.
Yeah.
I'll say the other word. Don't worry. Fine grape juice.
Yes. I was gonna think of something that rhymed. Fine rhyme. Oh, a fine rhyme. Like poems. They age very well. Like Humpty Dumpty.
That's not a poem.
Sat on a wall.
That's not a poem.
It rhymes.
That's a nursery rhyme.
Hey, whatever.
It is still something that rhymes, sure, but yeah, gotta get it right, girl.
We talked about this last week, I don't think I learned. This is why I'm not playing pro. I never learn.
It's okay. I guess age catching up, but same goes to Drum, one of the veteran members of NFT Esports.
Are you judging his driving?
I am judging his driving. You have a problem with that? I think I have a problem with those driving.
You
right?
can't judge that. I mean, we're Malaysian, you know.
Yeah, sure. It's Miramar. Hey, speak for yourself, right? Like, I drive absolutely fine. You give me those great wheels, I will steer us to victory. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they found some success inside of Miramar a couple of times.
Yeah.
Maybe throughout Southeast Asia League, not as much. Now, Circle takes us into the areas of Las Lunas, La Bandida. Graveyard is still another option if it does move over a northern section. Ego Esports having a great run thus far for today. DX, your vote will come in from the far western corner. No challenges coming in as Picado left empty this time around.
I wanted to ask you, like, for DX, haven't you noticed how great their circle predictions have been? They always seem to get the middle side for the circle, especially in Miramar. They're pretty quick on the ball. Not necessarily that they win because they get to hold it, but their predictions have been so good. I wonder,
quite spot on.
Exactly. I wonder how exactly they managed to figure that out. But let's hold that thought as SLD and FaZe.
Is how they managed to make it. Now Ventorius lobs a grenade over onto SLD. Kwang still holding his ground. Not too phased by FaZe Clan.
If the ones that FaZe is FaZe Clan, they're like, yeet. Tactical retreat. Too early, too early.
Yeah, just gotta give a little bit of an area of play. Meanwhile, the circle does bring them over to southern side. It's still advantages towards the side of FaZe Clan.
Oh,
not so much for Geek Fam. Vehicle blown up.
That's really, really unfortunate for Damrud. But I don't know why, but from trends, we always notice that Damrud will always be the first one out.
Yeah, it's been
like,
unfortunate.
He's been cursed. Oh,
oh boy, what?
Snipes will be the second one. Wow, these are very long range. This is.
Did you just see what he just did?
I saw that.
And he's not even having a long range scope on it.
He's insane. Like,
it's a red dot sight, and he did this twice to Geek Fam.
I'm guessing that he's already used that weapon so much that he's able to kind of like gauge how exactly the bullet drops will come through. It's just honestly just showing how his experience is when it comes to using that weapon in particular.
That's right, and Geek Fam, they do have a care package that has dropped within their grasp, but supplying them with whatever you will, it's still going to be difficult. Now they're only having 2 members left.
I was about to ask you, would you rather have a care package dropping right in front of you, or would you rather have 2 more players?
I'd rather have 2 more players. I'm the type that I will not be ashamed to admit if I can get carried, why not?
Fair enough.
Like if you give me that package, sure you have that huge responsibility, whatever weapon it holds inside, you're supposed to clutch out situations, and sometimes it's too daunting. Like, especially in the early game, where you still have, like, what, 62 players in the map?
Yeah.
And make that 60, because 2 is comprising of your other duo, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of pass up ahead for those teams.
Man, it's a very. I feel like for Geek Fam, they have had this, I would say, history of getting caught in mid rotations. To be fair, they don't kind of like rotate together. They tend to get spread out. So that's not such a bad situation, but getting 2 by 1 person at the same time from 2 different angles, shocking. And my name P, you have to really give him props for that.
Yeah, Buriram United getting those 2 pointers off, and of course securing first blood, making a lot of great measures in the early game. Repaboy, the guy who stole the vehicle, have planted himself deeper into the city of Los Leones, not needing to make a move. The circle is still inbound. Infinity, as well as Ego Esports, are just eyeing out for them as well. Repaboy is going to be the sentry of the team, as he's hoping to retain this area play. Namshin as well as Tuando, moving from the outskirts, as he doesn't seem all too worried about that. FaZe Clan now drives side by side to Infinity. Good thing is that Infinity are all on wheels, so nobody will be able to take Ventorius out of that vehicle. If it was my name P, man, he's got to be worried.
My name P's shots are absolutely insane. Great prediction for the bullet drop as well, because that was a really, really far shot. Now, for 4 Rivals, I think they're a team that seems to be struggling to find that glory days that they had from last year. I think there's a lot of pressure around the name 4 Rivals, from underdogs making it to top. And this, I think when you rise too fast, there's a lot of, like, I would say, expectations put on you. And to replicate that gets harder and harder every year. And it doesn't seem like they found that recipe that they had for last year, as this time the Bacons will be the one to surround them.
Exactly, and I'm also surprised that with them signing Jumper, they're basically not deploying him into any of these matches. They choose to stick by Voki. And now, a little bit of commotion back into the city of Los Leones as Yoodo Alliance managed to spot one out. I believe that was FaZe Clan that has been taking over some of all of these compounds out of Yoodo Alliance. Repo had to reposition, same goes to Oleo. And now, FaZe Clan will be stuck under the same building. Infinity has been spotted out by Oleo as well. While TEM finds Bamburu and immediately eliminates them. Great work coming from Onsense.
Some players, they like to kind of like bait their teammates for the pickup, but it can be very, very detrimental, that situation. But speaking of detrimental, 20K is going to be the first detriment here. He got knocked out, immediately sent out to the lobby as well, but Voki is just so very low, knocked out as well. But look at where the other member of TEM is, can get them in this crossfire with another team. Do is doing so well. Technically, it's a three-way fight, but in terms of numbers, it's going to be 4 rivals in the middle. Not a great situation here as Voki, he wants to pick him up, but it's hard because because it's a high ground situation. It's also in an urban area. You have no clue where everyone's going to be.
And it could be also a huge bait coming out of the team where you leave him proning out in the open until somebody comes in for the backup, and then it's basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Exactly.
In this instance, like 2 eliminations with 2 taps. Still 2 taps.
Yeah. I mean, now I think for Rabis, he wants to steal that point if possible. Smokes are there, just for him to push up a little bit more. His teammate's not too far away. Api is right behind there. So by not, I mean, to be fair, if Api can't see, he can't pick him up, and it's going to be Rabis that will steal that kill regardless of who exactly got the knock. And that's exactly the situation where a lot of teams want to be. I think they want to be very, very careful in, but just quickly get that point if possible. But because this area, getting inside is going to be very hard because of all the high buildings, even though for Yoodo Alliance already inside, but you have no clue how many people are going to be in the other buildings.
That's right, and if you take a look at the circle on the minimap, it's still within the areas of Los Leones. And therefore, many of these teams are basically booking themselves an area of play. Even Buriram United has arrived at the scene. Bacon Time now takes over the corner of the hillside on the far eastern part of the map. Razy TEM Esports, they find themselves over on the south corners, and they're one of the closest teams to be challenging Bacon Time for now. Just a little bit more of a defensive setup that we're seeing here from majority of teams. Kangzo now getting picked off by Micah. Though with only 2 members, Geek Fam always lands their strike. But the problem for Buriram United here is that they're all so far apart. MP, though they did have those smokes here to set up, it's still not going to be all too safe for him to go in for some resurrection, where MP goes dashing for him.
He's not scared of anything.
Yeah, thank goodness Micah is just going for a little bit more of a positioning, where NFT, they spot out Sem9 moving into the city.
Ramones, it's just going to be taking his time here. And I'm really liking this fact that we don't have to go super aggressive, just kind of like put them in the blue zone. Don't allow them entry into the circle safely, and they will suffer. They won't have enough resources. They're going to be having to take a long rotation. Potentially picked off here, but it's going to be Yummy. They'll be picked off here by Tiger, but Tuan tries to go for the aggressive onto Kangzo. MP, not afraid at all, runs out in the open, picks up his teammate, and surprisingly got away scot-free. I was wondering why not more eyes would be on him, honestly.
And speaking of eyes, Yuhai got a beautiful headshot as we have the rest of Buriram United charging right in, want to take out the rest of Boom over on the lower grounds. And every one of them are just trying to make ends meet. Octa soaking up majority of the damage coming from the nade as Hexa's trying to flush out any form of intruders that move into the building. Tiger and the rest of Buriram, they will be backing off from this fight. Lycan finds one, takes down Lord Harm out of Sem9 as they now remain in the middle of the street. Sem9, they're in a pickle, but they will try to push their way forward. Another one bites the dust as Helton gets one against, Twa, and FaZe Clan, they're closing it out against M9.
Ryzy is playing a very dangerous game outside. He's not able to meet with his teammates. Surprisingly, Boom Esports is holding on pretty well despite being kind of flushed out or aggressively pushed by Buriram United. They're okay with giving up space. They're not trying to play too aggressive. And look at that, Buriram United already moved into a separate compound on the other side. Because of the pressure coming in from 2E, Geek Fam, and the circle would be up to northern side. I think this is the ending that you want, that urban finish.
I've been waiting for that lastly on this finish, and I'm finally getting it here, where we have D Savior, TEM, 4 Rivals, as well as Making Time having the best location to play. Whereas, you take a look at the southern side, there's going to be a lot of battles just to sneak into the south corners where it's going to be not too safe. Like, you take a look at that empty area over on Circle itself.
Yeah.
That's not really pure cover. It's just broken walls, and I'm thinking that most of these southern teams won't be able to survive.
Logan in trouble, takes a lot of damage. Now, the unspoken gentleman's agreement between Boom Esports and BRU is probably about to end. As we see Tiger nearly getting knocked out, Sky only going in for the aggression. He wants to try and break into the compound, get the backstab if possible. Ryzy as well is ready for that crossfire. Regardless, they're still trying to find a way to break into the areas. As Buriram United said, it's fine, give them the building, we're out of here already. A bit too late from the side of Boom Esports when it comes to that push. They need to be a little bit more proactive, but for Boom Esports, I think they're going to be happy with that, but I don't think they have any vehicles to kind of rush through into the circle.
It's impressive that when we go into the 20-minute mark of the match, 16 teams are still in play, and you know that this whole city is just overcrowded. I would say for most part of the cities in real life as well. But then again, from United, they have to decide right now, should we make a move or not? Whereas NFT, they're also trailing in. FaZe Clan, Yoodo Alliance, as well as NFT locked into this sector, and they really have to finish up this fight. Yoodo Alliance having Luke knocked out by a grenade. Rebel Boy tried to trade right back, but he's soaking a little bit of the shells as well. 3 takedowns coming from Yoodo Alliance. They're about to meet more. They found the angles against Boom Esports, but then again, Yoodo Alliance with 2 members over on the other corner. Can they basically take this fight head on? Putra drops a grenade, and this thing though, Repo gets one, and that will be great cover response out of Repo, and they will wipe out the entirety of Boom Esports.
What a nade coming in from Repo Boy, and Boom Esports just like that eliminated at 16th place with 0 kills. But Yoodo Alliance doing so very well, but they're getting kind of chucked in by NFT right now, pushing up toward them. Now for Yoodo Alliance, they are separated into 2. They can come in with the choke if they want to kind of sandwich them in the middle of the building, but that also is very, very kind of like, I would say positioning is key here, especially if you play it. But if Ramon's on the aggression, he can't move forward. The zoning is a little bit too much because of this molly. It allows Yoodo Alliance a little bit of time to reposition, but Adit look from the backside. He has spotted one. Unfortunately, the other teammates from NFT are not able to get the kill onto Adit Look. This is a great situation for them because he's not able to get the kill as well, but Helton will be the one out. Bavel nearly going out there, running for his life, trying to find a spot that's a little bit safe for him to reset. But for the time being, Repo Boy still very much in the game, and so is Olio.
And he's just going to be quickly picking up Repo Boy. There's a Molotov being tossed right in. Tiger trying to take them out, but there's still NFT Esports over on the further end of the circle. Drone waiting for the time to strike. If he basically swerves out, he will be able to find the rest of Yoodo Alliance, as this seems to be a little bit more of a standstill between these 3 teams. Meanwhile, look at Lycan. He is on top of the construction site while Tiger
he's on fire.
will burn them up. And that will be the end of Drone, but there's more NFT members running straight right into the crosshair. Bevy comes in, and SLD will make them meet their maker, but not just yet. So Zip managing to do a little bit more damage. He still has 35 clips on his UMP. 1 versus 1 is where we're at. Tiger Axe still hunting out, but there will be a Molotov sent towards his area, but he'll be able to shut out the rest of Yoodo Alliance.
Tiger has been really good with those movements. But the situation for SLDs, they are very, very separated. And as for AE, they're getting picked off one by one from 2 different teams. It'll be Bacon Time Shirties that will be sending him straight up to the lobby, but not before they speak back. It's going to be Max as well, knocked out. Capone picks one as well. It's going to be Alm style. It's a great refrag from the team. For the other members of AE, trying to keep them alive is the most important thing, but he's not able to pick up Renal. It's going to be a bad situation. There's only 2 members, which is Renal and Potato left.
And it's impressive that Shirley, the moment he jumped out, he not only survived, but he also did pick up another elimination point for the team. Over on the top side, it's going to be Lycan that will find Tiger. And yes, he will make it rain and make it rain fire from above as Lycan hoping to secure the point, but we have MR5 to be able to do it without needing much trouble. FaZe Clan, it's impressive how they manage it from the top end of the construction site. Though there's not much cover, the rest of the other teams were all too occupied.
Rosu is just playing quietly inside as the other members of AE try to find the last remaining member. They're being really cautious. Now, because of how packed the circle is, it feels like one building can hold more than one team. You just never know who's going to be in there. But for this time, it's going to Bacon time. It's going to go on aggressive. Going to find Capone on the other side. He has to ultimately pick up his teammate, but Capone is just eating up too much damage. It's really hard for him to do anything right now, and Capone will instantly be knocked out to the lobby, but not before Max finds a refrag, which is really good for them.
And Geek Fam managing to survive into the top 10 with only 2 members.
Oh
they
my
land
God,
that perfect
what
nade.
that nade.
And that will take out BN United with just one swing of the nade. Bacon time. They still have all 4 members intact. And this is going to look a little awkward. But then again, I would have to correct myself. Only 3 players left for the side of Bacon time. The one with the most elimination points has to be TEM in this matchup. 6 takedowns, and they are still relatively healthy with 3 members left. Onstout getting tagged up by Fnatic, now dropping 1 nade. Won't be able to find ending this instance, but Shirley's, after he heals up, he should be able to trade right back.
Oh!
And he does land it on Styles.
What a nade. Gets Styles, chucks out Ice's HP a little bit more. He gets a kill onto that as well, which is really good. Now Fnatic, he wants to push up, but thankfully gonna get a kill because another team is already sniping for the NRD. But Micah, though, is just so good. Going for that placement points instead, not too aggressive, still getting 1 point before he goes down, has been really great for Geek Fam.
That's right. Now, look at majority of these teams. Other than the Savior, everyone's hanging on the thread with a singular unit left on the block, or even 2, if I must say. And we're just seeing numbers dwindling down. The Savior having troubles of their own as they try to exit the compound. TEM as well as Buriram United just right across. There's no way that they can basically exit out of that area without taking the brunt of the damage. And for Rivals, they finished 9th, but there's not even a drop of elimination. More worries for the Malaysian team as Lambo, they get burned up alive. SLD on 8th.
Look at the puppy! Amidst the chaos, he's still there to give us a little bit of cute little action, but Sozip, he's trying to find the members of Alter Ego, but it's gonna be Bevy from the top side that'll be spotting at least one of the members. For TEM, I'm really liking their positioning. Playing one building on different levels give them so many different angles to work with. But AE, Potato, will be the one found by Bevy in the end. And Bevy has been really great for these pickoffs, honestly, from last week all the way till this week. He has been really maintaining that, but DX right now is doing really good. 5 eliminations are dominating, but not before. Bacon time says, stop it. We are going to be eliminating you if possible. It's 2 knocks for them, and now we have the top 5.
There we go. Top 5 situation, and TEM still proved to be the most lethal inside of this Lost in the City. This is not the first time that they're here that have been able to see them clutch out majority of all these chaotic fights. Now it's not all too chaotic. 4 more teams left alive, with some being blown out to smithereens. My name P still survives for Buriram United. FaZe Clan does have 2 members intact. Aside from TEM, of course, with the most numbers, Micah squeezes it in to a top 4. Impressive work for Geek Fam, though they have lost members so early to Buriram United. Now, stopping part, Lycan being dropped by my name P, while that grenade is being cooked up. Quickly repositions. Great discipline being shown by Buriram United.
My name P has been really great with those shots. Really sharp as well. He never wastes any time. Oh,
this place is not supposed to be climbable. From the other building I
He's
have.
crazy. But thinking of that, Mika running for his life, and he's just like, no. I tried to run, but 4th place finish with 3 eliminations, perfectly acceptable. My name P stuck in the middle of the building. They have no clue where he is, but TM want to push outside. But putting Mormon outside, that kind of disallows My name P to escape out from the window. If they push together, they could get a double sweep, but they have to remember that MR5 is very, very much alive on that corner. They can still kill, but they said it's fine. My name P can go down to the blue zone, and it's only gonna be MR5 all alone. Buriram United, 13 eliminations on fire right now. MR5, all he has to do is just spray and pray. Only one person to worry about. It's going to be Bevy. He can't see. He has no vision at all. And he's trying to play it safe. Playing it from the other side, not pushing through. Gives him all the advantage he needs. He throws out some nades or some more smokes at least, not to allow the vision to come through. And because they have no clue where he is, he can play from any corner that he wants to. And because he's just zigzagging, he actually has his crosshair on him. He doesn't know where Bevy is. Bevy is playing it really, really safe. He's pushing out, but Bevy gets it in the end. What a play! In the end, TM once again making it on top. What an insane chicken dinner from them.
My goodness, the battle of Tree, Titans, and TEM makes a cut, and they baited him, trying to go for a revive, and he brings out the DBS. He canceled that revive in order to secure the chicken dinner. Quick decision to be made by TEM. And what a match that was, down to that 1 versus 1. Tash, what a remarkable ending.
Honestly, that corner play was pretty smart as well when you think about it. You are basically having him push up. He has no choice but to push up as well. And you do have that advantage when it comes to that first contact. But overall, that game has been absolutely phenomenal. I thought that Buriram United had that in the bag, given the fact that they had 13 eliminations and how aggressive they were. It's just very unfortunate that the circle was just not in their favor.
Indeed, we see a lot of great plays to close quarters where we see Buriram United bagging quite a number of significant points in this matchup as they basically trailblaze the rest of Yoodo Alliance. FaZe Clan, they took this construction side, and true enough, that circle did end upon them, and it was unfortunate that MR5 ran out of utilities that can basically puncture through.
If it was a nade, it would have been a whole different story.
Even if it was a Molotov, he could have basically secured through the smokes for some reason. But Bacon Time, I think it was impressive to see how these high teams basically make their way into the final few circles. First, Micah being the last non-high member to be playing in this circle. We see just a really defensive setup coming from MR5. So as it was being burned up, it was smart of how MR5 used his final Molotov to deny entry into that area while they are having themselves blinded with the smoke. But FaZe Clan, I think they've already gotten quite an amount of takedowns in this matchup that they can try to equalize against TEM. But that chicken dinner, absolutely humongous for TEM.
Honestly, I really want to give like an honorable mention to Geek Fam here, especially Mika, who's playing all alone. They still managed 3 eliminations, getting 1 kill still with the nade as well. Just really shows like how he's able to play on his own. It's a different mindset when you are surviving toward the end as well. For Geek Fam, I think we usually see a wipeout from them. Seeing one member play and staying alive, especially for Mika, has been really good. But match rankings this time, 10 elimination points with 15. Rank points given 25 points, but only 2 points behind is going to be Buriram United. Look at how many eliminations they have, 13 total.
It's insane. They were the team that I've mentioned. Whoever comes from Southside won't be able to survive. And Buriram United was the one to say, sure, they won't survive because I was there to take them out.
Yeah, I also want to talk about Yoodo Alliance. Even though they only got 1 single rank point, look at how many eliminations they've had. With Repo Boy playing the very aggressive game, it really sets them in, I would say, a pacing that's a little bit faster in terms of how they react and how exactly they want to take these compounds, which is just so good.
Yeah, and we see the rest of Boom pushing onto them, and he managed to basically frag out 3 players while still having cover from one of the other players from Yoodo Alliance. That was a great effort being displayed. Bevy has been the player to watch out throughout
Honestly,
the course
not
of the battle.
surprised.
And yeah, overall, the way that he positions himself over on the top side of these areas of the city and eventually close it out against the final member of FaZe Clan,
it's a
that
tie.
itself was impressive. Now, first, going into the weekly rankings, like you said, Infinity as well as TM now breaks even. Both sides celebrating one chicken dinner apiece.
But look at how competitive is it from 1 all the way till number 7. 25 to 19, just barely any points between each other. And all these teams, the eliminations for this week, I feel has been very, very aggressive across the board. We are seeing Geek Fam still maintaining that middle side of the ladder, and we all know that for at least the first day of the week, Geek Fam tends to be a little bit cold, and then suddenly they just kind of surprise us on day 2. Regardless, for teams like VPE, 4 Rivals, Box, still maintaining toward that bottom side here. And I'm curious to know what is on week 3 now. What exactly is missing? Sorry, week 2. What exactly is missing from their secret sauce? Are they still not adjusting, or is the pacing a little bit too fast for them to handle?
I feel like it's a little bit of both. Overall, for Rivals, they try to play it slowly, they try to play it fast. Like it's still not the right tempo that they have been able to find overall inside of Miramar. But you know what? Let's go into the recap to take a look at the top 4 teams of how they make a move. Now, the ones that are the most interesting to keep an eye out for has to be Geek Fam, right?
Yeah.
So we'll keep our eyes on them. TEM, they were already inside of Los Leones.
They barely even moved.
Yeah, many a times for TEM, they've been able to secure this huge sector of the city, and how they usually approach is from the north side. So Geek Fam, they took that early fight, and then they lost 2 against
Buriram United.
Then they move into the south side. So this itself is interesting because they were somewhere directly towards the middle, and they still had Micah to basically move around the map. But we're just going to jump into the late game to see how Yoodo Alliance have been able to stop many of these teams. Though FaZe Clan was near, they were also in a disadvantaged spot, and therefore it was hard for Yoodo Alliance to move out from.
I think what's really good about Yoodo Alliance that they knew that because they're not able to actually push through so many different teams, they decided to change their pacing into something a little bit more aggressive. Those elimination points were just so that from one area, and it's good that they played this 2-2 situation to get those frags. Now, for my main P, I think that his performance today has been absolutely on point. His aggressive picks all the way from Geek Fam in the beginning, and how he was still able to take some members of TEM out before going down has been phenomenal. So toward the end here, the FaZe Clan MR5 had the full advantage in terms of the circle, which is why he smoked them out. So they're not able to push through and get those frags on him. But Bevy was a little bit smart. As the circle closed toward the end, he played in the corner instead, forcing him to push out. Because if he doesn't push, he's going to get the revive on his teammate. It's going to be in a 2 versus 1, which is going to be even worse for him.
That's right, of course. Speaking of great performances, we have to mention that Realme offers you top-notch performance when you get the GT Neo 3 with that Neo Speed Awakens. It is the world's fastest growing smartphone brand that introduces you to its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3. And of course, it comes with a dual gaming level flagship phone, which boasts its outstanding power efficiency as it comes with the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. You know, you want speed, you want all these great things for you to get that chicken dinner, get the GT Neo 3.
Speaking of that though, for now we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be another Miramar, so don't go anywhere, and don't forget to order your Grab food 50% off for new users.
That's right. So we'll see you guys real shortly.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gear Front, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring 1 skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, Disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan gila, elemen, Papa Boy, Watson, ค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเราโฟอีฟคูลสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับอีพิกและเลเจนดารี่สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็กเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะแต่เธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เธอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and I just checked in hotel and I just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMPL SEA Championship Fall. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Contra. We're your casters for today and it has been a very hectic first two matches and we are seeing a shift in the hierarchy.
That's right, and we are also seeing a tie over the top side there with TM basically challenging the Infinity for that #1 spot for W3D1 overall. And man, I just can't wait to see what else do these teams have to offer. So, of course, let's jump back into some of these stats that we do have. LineAP was the one that have been able to take down majority of these players inside of Miramar, and my goodness, he struck down 2 players of Geek Fam and everybody else inside of Miramar. But Bevy, though he was number 3, he was the one who stole all the spotlight, taking down the final member of FaZe Clan.
I honestly have to say, when you look at Bevy, his positioning has been insane. He got a lot of damage because he was all the way at the very top of the building and he made it rain in terms of molotovs, in terms of bullets. Now, it's in contrast with LineAP on how he plays. It's very aggressive, straight to your face, getting those aggressive first shots. But for Lycan, positioning is key for him, where he managed to put 778 points. I think it's very interesting to say that Lycan's a little bit more straightforward.
That's right, and Lycan has been able to keep FaZe Clan surviving till the #2 spot at the very least. Let's see what they could possibly do here into our upcoming match inside the Miramar yet again. This time we have Group A, B, D, as well as E. Group C will be taking a longer break just to get their dinner straight. So no Ego Esports, FaZe Clan, NFT Esports, as well as 7-9 for now. They'll be back getting into the Erangel rounds instead. And we're just going to take a look whether or not can TM secure 2 back-to-back chicken dinners inside of Miramar, or could it be somebody else out of the 16 teams involved?
Now you're just somebody. I don't know where that song came from, but you know, coming back to this, I feel like for Group A today has been phenomenal, coming in from TM, BRU, and DX. 4Rivals surviving a little longer than usual, but he still haven't managed to get that, I would say, those elimination points. Now for 4Rivals, I think they're having a bit of trouble trying to balance out how to take these fights as well as surviving, because at the end of the day, when they take a fight, they get wiped off. So they want to go for a tactical retreat, but when they go for a tactical retreat, they just don't have any elimination points.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they could hold on inside of town. Lost in is over in the northern section, but of course we'll get to that later on as we keep up to speed. How you going to do that? With True Speed comes your ad hit with our first ever original PUBG mobile sports car. Of course, all the sick design, all coming all together thanks to Vasilius. And man, I think it just gets better and better. Each patch goes by, we just get so many sick wheels in the match.
Petition for PUBG Mobile to have a real life situation where they have that car and also have this town, this strange town, which is available now in the game, which is really interesting. It's very Tim Burton-esque. When you go inside, it's a very fun situation to celebrate the month of Halloween coming on the 31st of October. Speaking of that, what are you guys doing on the 31st of October? Because for me, I'll be spending it in Strange Town.
In the Strange Town, well, you can basically spend with your friends so that it doesn't get all too spooky. We do have a question for you guys, though. What is your A skill? Show us what you got in PUBG Mobile. And of course, more details for you guys to find out in the game plan itself, where you can basically boast all these kind of skill sets that you guys have in each respective game that you play.
I know
with your
my
friends.
A skill. You know
What's
what?
your A skill?
Eating.
Eating.
Yeah.
So I guess like if you're in game, you just take a lot of medkits.
Yes. What's your A skill?
My A skill? Well, I want to say running, but I can't.
Regardless though, we have the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set for you guys. It's available right now. It's on the new Royal Pass. And I have to say that if you guys are interested in getting these, get that pass, because you get all these little bits and pieces. And I feel like what's great about this game is that you can mix and match. So if you don't necessarily like the whole set together, like for me, I'm a big fan of the masks, but not a big fan of the, I would say, the very dramatic kimono. So you can mix it up with maybe the Midas Fortune set if you want to.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, the Midas set offers a lot, but we do have more offerings in Nusa. We get journey with your friends here on this 1x1 map in the Pacific Islands itself. So Fallen, set off on your journey in Nusa. Available now. Just go ahead, download it inside of your client, and let's Nusa, my friend.
That's what?
Let's Nusa.
Oh, I thought it was a pun. My bad. But do you know what else is not a pun? Boba Boy. The collaboration between Monster Studio with Boba Boy versus with PUBG Mobile, I have to say, is one of the most interesting and fun collaborations, and I'm very proud to say that Monster Studios from Malaysia is the one to bring upon this collaboration. We've had some really great collaborations with some international talent, TV shows, artists, but a local is just so exciting.
Yep, it definitely does strike close back at home. While you guys back at home in Malaysia can sign up for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2022, offering you a whopping prize pool of 40,800 ringgit, where you can sign up right now. Just scan the QR code, and this is the last chance qualifiers to the PUBG Mobile National Championship 2022. Remember, it's only for Malaysians. They're age 16 and above, and you just got to do it quick and just show us your talent, and you might just be the next superstar in the upcoming PMPL.
Y'all really like that situation where there's always a rising star, you know, the underdog story, the prodigy is always very, very fun. But you know what else is fun? Our predictions for today. I've had my predictions for today, which is really exciting. Gonna be Geek Fam for me and Alter Ego. I already can kind of understand why you want to go for Alter Ego, a team that's always consistent.
That's right, they've been able to put points on the block, and this time around I really want to see what they could basically offer, because back in the previous round we didn't really get much of a glimpse of what they could possibly do in that instance. Now Group B, they should be on board yet again, and there's still other things to worry about when you look at how well TM has been playing throughout these couple of rounds. I think like there's a little bit of fear factor for anybody who moves into Los Leones if it ever goes back into the city yet again. I think like majority of times that we've passed it in Miramar, most of these circles are heading into the southern side. So maybe if it goes up to the northern section, there should be other teams that will be able to take that cut of a chicken dinner as we're getting ourselves prepared for what's about to come in the Desert Dunes.
I think what's really interesting is that the majority of the ending rounds for Miramar has been more of an urban sort of situation here, because a lot of the majority of the maps that we've casted has always been an open area. So I guess this kind of like trains the players kind of like how exactly you want to play. I mean, in a way, if you do have a compound, it's kind of like a sigh of relief, but you're out there in the open. Creativity as well as the positioning has been key. For all of these urban finishes, I feel like TM has been doing really well with not only holding the compound, but find the right time to kind of weave in and out of the area. It's very different than DX, who likes to stay inside and protect from inside. TM is just so flexible, it's insane.
That's right, and there's just a lot more things that we should expect moving into this matchup. So sit tight, buckle up your seatbelts if you guys are actually driving, and let's roll right into Miramar Take 2.
Second time's the charm, perhaps, for a lot of these teams. Third, that's not an issue, because we've got third is already on our ankle, so this is the last chance they can go to this map today. And I have to say, I'm really, really liking some of these teams' sort of play. TM has been so good. Buriram United really showing that they can bring in the firepower. Very different to their performance last week, where they're a little bit more quiet, going for something a little bit more passive and just getting those placement points. Regardless, for this time, your pick for Alter Ego, they've been a bit unlucky today in terms of the circle as well. But a little bit unlucky getting caught in the rocks, and I think for this round, they really, really want to try and make a comeback if possible.
Indeed, and this flight path is not too different from the ones that we had in the previous game.
Just a little bit more north.
Yeah, a little bit more stored up towards the northern area. So for those who are directing their passage in towards the southern terrains, it's just going to be a little bit of stretch, which won't be all too troublesome. For Buriram United, if they are to play up this match, it will be hard to get into Impala. I guess the good news is we're not actually seeing them moving into that estate. And while we have the rest of DVD fighting for position, it seems like there is a little bit of a tussle there. Buriram United is...
Where is Geek Fam going? Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but like, I'm always curious to see where exactly they'll go next.
They're moving into the direct township of Picado, it seems.
Picado? Oh.
They're about to meet with some of the other players from Yoodo Alliance, or could it also be FaZe Clan that's going to be around the corner? But take a look at the very first circle. It goes back in towards the southern terrains, but this time we'll possibly be ending it inside of Impala or in Puerto Paraíso, which is going to be relatively interesting. Both GD as well as another squad just trailing right by. It seems to be quite a dangerous situation to start things off inside of Chumacera.
I just wanted to say that if the circle ends in the middle of Los Leones, it's gonna be so fun. Imagine so many buildings and no one can really know where the final circle is gonna be. What if the circle's in the middle of the two buildings? What if the circle's inside of one building and you have to try and get that building from another team? It's almost impossible, especially if that building has like 4 or 5 different areas and you have to move up and down to fight each other. It's so fun. It's like a horror game like Resident Evil. You're just weaving in and out. You have no clue where exactly the zombie is gonna be. It's like a heart attack in a box.
Yep, that's what Halloween is all about. And we have a game mode for that, so we don't have to move too far. So, of course, Yoodo Alliance, they start on the outskirts this time as compared to what they have been able to enjoy inside Los Leones. Same goes to TEM. But TEM has the advantage here. Got himself a couple of vehicles to move directly into the city. Now they're going to be having shots being fired at Attic up in the air. If he does get the drop, this will confirm the number. Because from that height, you won't be able to survive. But he's about to dock right in. Stows it with his barrel spray. This has been erratic, but more and more damage. Oh my goodness, we see it for the first time.
Death from above.
Leo.
They have to pick him up right now, and it's gonna be Mormon to just seal it.
Wow.
Death in a coffin before you hit the ground. That's hard.
We've never seen that before. TEM strikes yet again.
They're always surprising us in so many different ways, man. It's just so hard to kind of like figure out what goes on in their mind.
Oh my word. This team is just made of something else. Like, I don't know.
That's why it's called TEM Entertainment. They provide us entertainment, you know?
I think they just dropped my jaws out on the streets here, and they're about to find more players out of Yoodo Alliance. Just because Attic Luke drops into this area.
Where is Attic Luke anyways?
Rebel Boy's
there he
being
is.
exposed.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation.
They just went in,
They're
took
a
their
little bit-
vehicles.
Yeah, oh, dude, they just got GTA'd so hard. Oh, man.
That's what Yoodo Alliance did to some of these teams on the first round. So
Karma came early today.
very, very early, right after dinner. Actually, this is dinner time. It's not too early to put it that way.
I mean, you would have thought it to happen maybe like a week later or something, you know, like sometimes when you have like revenge.
A week is far too late.
Like, interesting. You know, there's a saying in Malay, like, talk to OTG and J about it.
God pays in cash.
Yeah, and basically God is the one that church that.
I go pray right now for cash.
The cash is karma, actually.
It's okay. I don't need cash when we have cash.
Wow, that was good. That was really good. Caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. It came out of nowhere. Usually people talk about Tash Bunny as Tash Money.
Cash Bunny.
Or Cash Money. Dude, my name is just closely associated.
You should be a
with
rapper.
money. I should be rich.
You should be a rapper and get rich.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah.
If you can rap, that is.
Here's Tash Bunny in the money casting PUBG mobile.
Okay,
and,
that's it.
Honey.
Okay, I guess we don't need more of that, but SLD needs more diamonds to be dug out of the sands here in Miramar. Last we saw them celebrate chicken dinner was just a week ago, where Kwang has been the playmaker of the team, getting an average of 1 elimination point per round, as the damage charts seem to have his face popping up quite frequently. As for DBD, they kind of wish they had the same amount of records as well. DBD now convoying from the far east side, or should I say northern section, as there's just past the rim of El Azahar, journeying their way in towards Impala.
They should turn on the radio. They should play "Me Rollin', they hate it."
Patrolling and
DBD is
bottom
coming.
fragging.
Oh, shots fired extra hard, man. I don't know what you had. I think it's the coffee I got you.
We both had the same thing.
No. Mine was different. Mine was all oat milk, man. It's all you.
Wow, bougie.
Yeah.
Bougie stuff.
Nah, man. It's called lactose intolerance.
Fair enough.
But anyways, whatever was in your coffee, I wanted because you are on fire today, man.
As always, keeping it hot. And you can
Wow.
keep it hot too. Scan up on that QR code and you could stand a chance to win up to 40,800 ringgit. That's a lot of money for you teenagers out there still studying.
Wow, he sounds like an old man. All you teenagers out there, scan it right
Could
now.
be a teenager too.
Get out of my lawn.
You do sound like an old man.
Oh,
You do. You should sign up for those sort of voice acting classes.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, yesterday was my birthday. Is the age coming up in?
I didn't know that.
That's the preview.
I don't know that age changes their gender.
I
but,
mean,
but
be
then
real.
again,
Like,
I could be wrong.
I mean, everyone turns to a grandma. I turn to a grandpa.
Wow.
Wow.
Dato Dash Bunny.
Dato Dash Bunny. Yes.
That's actually if you become rich enough, you can.
No,
get the
no,
title,
no. That's
right?
another title when you're an actual grandpa. In Malay, Dato literally means grandpa. And we also have another. What's another drive-by song for DX that you can think of right now?
X go give it to you. X go give it to you.
Dun, dun,
Was it?
dun, dun. Oh, wow, Yuhai.
Gotta
with
give
the
it to Yuhai though.
Yeah, you gotta give it to him. That's a really great opening. I really want to know if it's an all-out fight, but given the fact that, oh, it is an all-out fight. Look at that. There's a refrag onto Mika as well. Really wishing that we can see on the other side. There we go. Thank you very much, Bevy.
Wow.
About to go down here. Mormon.
Those are far shots coming in,
It
and
is.
they managed to clip him over
Wait,
top
they
side.
want to barbecue. He's trying to cook Bevy, but it's just gonna finish him off over here. That's at the end.
MVP of the past round crashes out early this time for TEM.
Wait, where is Mika? He's not.
He's
out
over on the
yet.
hillside. None of the members of Geek Fam should be able to reach him for the moment, but
Oh,
there
there's
will
one
be
there.
a little bit of backup as the vehicle
Yeah.
is slowly approaching towards the top of the hill. But for TEM, I guess like they will lose one and not really back all too much altogether. While four rivals are just congregating in the middle of the open field, Vampire Esports makes their first run inside of Miramar as they were not participating in the previous jump. But DBD, they found themselves a couple of boxes right out in the open and turned box gaming to literal boxes.
Well, they checked the boxes, 2 of them right now, which is great for them. It's a nice little high ground terrain that they've held onto as well. So it's gonna be good for them because they do need those points. I think for today with like a 5-point start is honestly one of their best runs for the beginning of the week.
Yeah, and it could just get better from here on for the rest of DBD. They understand what's at stake. Not performing this week will mean that they will crash out from the competition. There's only 16 spots for the Southeast Asia Grand Finals. And now we're seeing majority of the players moving into the corners of Impala as well as the hills. Up above, you see Vampire Esports directly onto the center stage, where Big Time's approaching really, really closely. They gotta keep an eye out though, because those hills have eyes.
I know, I was gonna say, like, your team's name is Bacon Time, right? You think that whenever they go and rush into a building, they yell, Bacon Time! And then suddenly you die? Like, that's the last thing you hear.
That's not how I would imagine an invasion to sound like.
But that's
hey,
their name.
if it works out for the team. I think like instead they're all yelling in Thai.
Oh no, Mika finally goes
And
down.
that's Bacon Time to you.
Oh, 4 rivals, great start. Finds Gosu. Big pick. But for the other members of SLD, gonna go for a tactical retreat instead. It's a little bit too early to go out early and they don't want to take these fights. Now, coming back to Geek Fam versus TM just now, we saw that Mika finally went down once again and this time straight up lobbied. So it's like a 1-for-1 situation, I feel, for them. So teams are getting their, I would say, early avenging for their friends, which is good. But in TM situation, Bevy has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So I'm curious to know who exactly will be stepping up for this team.
Well, Bevy, he may have actually made a lot of work back in the past game, but you still have players like Mormon that could still step up to the plate. So honestly, I won't be all too concerned for the squad, but they always have to keep in mind that the Infinity will always be chasing up to the pointers. Both started off in this round with a tie of 25 points. Buriram United closing in at 23 as well, making it to quite a impressive start for most part. Fnatic now starts off with a spray attempt onto Newsy.
What? They tried to pincer them. They were waiting on the other side, but it's just really unfortunate that the timing was just not in their hands of rotations. But you can see that for Infinity, not a shot thrown out as well, as AE and Infinity will just be like, okay, we kind of like messed up this opening, so it's best for us to reposition and not chase too much. Because Infinity has been a team to chase a lot last week. But
That's
this
right.
week, we don't really see them chasing till the ends of the world anymore for those eliminations. But Yen had a little bit of an accident.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a flip of a vehicle, I do believe. But then again, if you're from Infinity, even if you take a full rest this week itself, they would still qualify to the Southeast Asia Finals according to the points that they've been able to accrue for the past 2 weeks. Happy now getting tagged by the rest of Box Gaming. Box, though they have lost to, they're still not going to be bowing out just yet. For Rivals approaching from afar, nades being thrown over on the side of Appy as he dashes off on his buggy. Box Gaming gets a little bit of a reprieve as they try to go in for a little bit more of a defensive setup out inside of the open. Well, out in the open. There's no inside here to consider. But for the most part, most of the teams are being dragged right back into the corners of Los Leones. And this scene looks all too familiar from the likes of many, where we had so many of these circles moving into these quarters. Yoodo Alliance should be able to find a way to step up as they play over the south side of the city, just by the caves where they will eventually meet up with the rest of Alter Ego. Infinity now takes a lot of room for themselves over the southeastern corners, where shots are fired at the side of GD. They're taking shelter in between the entry points of the southeast.
I mean, this is a very interesting situation. A lot of teams have met. You see shots come through, but no one is really committing to a full-on fight just yet. Now, I want to go back to Box, and I feel like they've been really, really unlucky. Those 2 picks earlier was just more of like a situation where they got really unlucky, just happened to pass a team that's open on the high ground terrain. Perhaps their map awareness wasn't there quite yet, or they were forced to rotate through there because of the circle's approach. But Kengzo gets some tagged onto Yen. Fortunately, Yen's gonna be able to at least survive one more time, but we do have Tiger on this side. But he's playing it really smart, playing it to the bottom side of the terrain, knowing that if you wanna chase and shoot, you have to push up so his teammates are able to turn around if possible. So Yen playing it the 300 IQ.
Yeah, and he managed to also avoid a few of these taps of the BD14. That could have proved to be lethal if he were to spend a little bit more time to start up the engine. Lucky enough, he does have a little bit of boosters there just to ensure that he will eventually charge back to 100%. Box Gaming boxed into all these slum villages that they couldn't really rely on to hold out. They did see the rest of the United crossing by. They did open fire. Break reveals this location. That isn't really a good sign. Silence is still by the corner of the patrol station.
Oh, they're coming out. They might just take this fight, maybe. No. It's like
a little risky.
A little bit too. Yep. A lot of damage, but not enough to actually just deter him. They're just going to try to get into the circle. BN United started seeing a shift in how they play. They do want to play aggressive, but they also care about positioning. Very different than what we saw for week 1, but look at this damage coming through here. I believe that was from a whole other team. Might be for Rivals. On the
Feels like it's BN United.
Oh my god, look at this ping pong.
Been pulled out, and of course, going into the next scene where you're going to be having Alter Ego, GD, both Indonesian squads getting the advantage of the circle. Making time as well as Infinity of both Thailand will be able to move right in from the northern side, and they will be able to basically cut across before the traffic builds up. And majority of the other teams just by the outskirts. This is going to be a hard circle for them to battle through from the top end of the hill.
You make it sound like a rush hour traffic in Malaysia. How traffic has just been really bad right now, and everyone's just trying to rush out before that
we're not too wrong. It's about like what, 7:45.
It's rush hour right now.
It is
rush hour. And Frankie,
so
they get you high out of the way.
Jackie Chan, am I?
Wow. Is it which episode? Is it episode 1, 2, 3?
I'm not too sure. Make it 4 if you will.
4? You're the new Jackie Chan, huh? Or do you want to be Will Smith? I think it was. Was it Will Smith? I don't remember. Was it
Chris Rock? No.
Was it Chris Rock?
No. It's the other guy.
I don't remember. But for Rivals, great opening on the 2 members of SLD. We've seen them stalking SLD for quite a long time, and finally the standoff finds an answer to it. There's only 1 member left. It's going to be Smeb. He cooks up that nade, but Api, he finishes his team member. Throws out the nade. He's a little bit too close with each other. Ooh, Ooh, survive? No, Ipple will be the one knocked out here. But Smeb is doing great work right now. He is doing the best that he can to try and get a kill before he goes down. But Pemburu pushes up, at least giving some breathing room for his teammates for that revive and that reset. Actually, no, I lied. Pemburu is just going to say...
You know what TT Khaled says? Another one.
Another one? Oh, yeah. Does hit, but doesn't get a knock. And Ipple will... Oh, no!
Oh my word, Smeb! You can't do this!
Oh, man.
Time after time for Rivals. They should have just cleared him out.
Oh, man.
And now...
I thought Pemburu was going to push up and just knock him out of the way. I'm not too sure what happened here because he can bait his teammates to get the pick off.
And it's such a desync coming in for Rivals. It's so painful to watch where you clearly have an advantage. You're not utilizing that advantage. And they kind of deserve what they've gotten right there. They have 3 takedowns. It could have been 4. And now look where we're at. Oh, DBD now getting clipped out by the rest of Infinity as they move out in the open. Buriram United have a smirk on their face as they dash off on that buggy. Tiger's still looking around though. There's more fish to be fried here. But then again, it's Miramar. I'm not even sure if chickens could survive in this situation.
Chickens? Oh man, finally. Daybot finds Pemburu. Might be the end of Rivals, honestly, when you think about it. Regardless, when you look at the situation, my name knocked out. And speaking of knocking out, TEM knocked out 14th place is very uncharacteristic. I'm really curious to know what exactly happened here. As you know who else is in trouble? AE. And they're in trouble by DBD. We're seeing a very, very strong start here from DBD and a very aggressive DBD.
And that's right. The overall DBD is just basically trailblazing their way into this final matchup of Miramar. But it's Snoozy that has landed a couple of all these nades right down below onto members of Buriram United. On the further end, we see VPE having their struggles of their own. Gattuni getting tagged from up above the hills. Now look at the circle, though, in between the T intersection. And I don't think there's advantages for anybody out there. Maybe for Sweps, he can basically lurk around on that northeastern corner. But there's BN United, there's Bacon Time. Each of this respective team have to finish their fight, including GD, Geek Fam, as well as DX. They're stuck inside of the compound, and anybody who moves first will be knocked off.
Look at how the refrags are happening here. One knock means a reposition from the teammate and a pick-off from the others. So for Buriram, they have their sights and idea how exactly they want to play this, how exactly they want to get those pick-offs. It's really good, but for Infinity, they need to take this fight against Buriram United, and now they've gotten picked out. And speaking of picking off here, Boom Esports on the aggressive toward the members of Alter Ego, fellow Indonesian team, and they're not moving at all. It's making them really hard because they have to push forward. Now, the speed that is Boom Esports is a little bit too slow, and it just gets them punished. 2 knocks already, and how Potato is playing this is just very aggressive. Weaving in and out is just so nasty. With 3 of them already knocked out, just 1 more to go, and the other teammates are just going to pincer them from behind. It's spelling danger as he is so very low, and that will be the end of Boom Esports right there as Alter Ego survive with 4 members still very much alive.
Quite a botch move coming from Boom Esports where they are just basically congregating on that same angle. It was helped so well by Potato as well as Renari, and Alter Ego managed to hold on here live. But here goes Vampire Esports needing to fend off for themselves, as Vampire Esports will have Infinity Logan trying to strike them from below. Bacon Time on the top side of the hill while BN United from the far end as well, trying to cut right in. Stone has got this area secured, still trying to hit onto the 2 members of BN United. Max LV attempts to take down 9 Noise, but he will still survive as he quickly makes a move on his buggy.
Look at Capone. Just trying to get the reset. This is a situation where everyone has to fight each other just to get inside. There's 4 teams just on this angle. But Infinity, this time, not so lucky. 2 limbs only in the pocket at 11th place. They're going to have to be happy with that. But damn rude as well, getting that pick off by Daybot.
And it's going to be a 10th place finish for Geek Fam, walking with only 2 points this time around, while GD has been the ones that wins out the trade inside the 2 compounds up in the northern section of the map. Max LV now clipped out by Stone. Well, Schweppes still has a take of health left. Now it does rely on Fluka to see it. Can he hold on? Because it doesn't seem like there's much angles left. Dancing it off, but Capone won't be able to survive. Great spray down from Vampire Esports.
Well, it's just trying to be sneaky, but not gonna get it. But we hear the aggressive shots coming here for Vampire Esports. That smoke is at least gonna give them some space for him to pick up Stoned. So very low. He has to play for time here. The other members just have to get the reset. Ravenclaw gets the reset as well, no worries. But we're in a situation where it's almost like a Mexican standoff because the area in the middle is kind of like a low ground. So if you push forward there, it could spell death.
One tap landing onto the side of Fluka. And first, like you said, there's just a lot of all these players falling over on the knees everywhere upon the map. 22 minutes of play. This time around, we're only seeing 7 teams. Now they're pushing forward. DBD trying to make their mark against Alter Ego with a 2-2 split going on. A couple of smokes to blind their own side. Well, mates are flying in as well. DBD tries to hold on. They do get Timmy clipped up from the back with a random toss of grenade. Timmy, please make it a 3v4 exchange.
Oh, look at those sprays coming through, but luckily there is a tag team situation happening here as the other members of DBD find themselves struggling. And Alter Ego take down a whole nother team, finding 3 eliminations only at 7th place. This is possibly DBD's best run yet.
Yeah, best run inside Miramar this time around, but then again, they couldn't seem to save themselves. They're just by the outskirts. They have to make their way in. Look at how far away the circle is. Helton now put onto Potato, leaving only 1 member standing from the side of Alter Ego Esports, but there's still more shreds coming out of Buriram United. Helton doesn't seem like he could find those kills, but there's going to be assistance coming from Attic Luke to secure the point. Ravenclaw from the other angle as well, trying to pry on a can of worms against the likes of GD. GD separated throughout this section, and it doesn't seem like they have any idea where VP is currently at, but they're eventually going to find out as we see very open fields to play up against the other spots. The GD, I'm not even sure how they do it every single time.
Fortune favors the bold, and VPE seems to be that one team that is super bold right now, taking up so much space on the top side there. Yeah, it looks so good for them. They are playing on the lower side of the area, but it doesn't really matter. Regardless, it's going to be Daybot with those sprays coming through. He wants to disrupt and distract as much as he can. But in terms of numbers, only GD has the numbers that can actually rival VPE.
Yeah, I would absolutely say exactly that, especially now with the circle still kind of favoring GDB in terms of terrain. It doesn't really look all too good for VP as the time goes by ticking. But Stone, he doesn't care about time. He cares about elimination points, and they will have the rest of Yoodo Alliance numbered up. Blooms now knows where they're at. Oh my goodness, the shot coming. Rebs managing to dodge it only a millimeter away.
Daybot is going to be rushing forward here as SLD keeping very, very quiet. Booms, the first one to be knocked out. Daybot and Allen playing prone. They're trying to play with the side of the terrain, forcing VPE to push into the circle as if possible. And Smeb is actually insane how he's able to survive for this long, just playing it really quiet. I'm surprised that no one has picked up on him yet.
Yeah, and the fact is that the circle is also on the corner of his current map, where Allen sees them moving right by. SLD tries to time in. They do get the drop though. Flukov now falls out of the vehicle, hasn't been claimed up yet. Smep now getting blazed up by the rest of GD. But the final shots will come in from Daybot as that will be stolen away from Vampire Esports. 2 versus 3. Eventually will turn into 3 versus 4 instead if they do manage to get the rescue upon Boom. But that will not happen. 3 versus 3. GD having Allen by the outskirts.
Oh, look at this aggression coming in from Vampire Esports, pushing forward. GD, GID, play aggressive despite not having the numbers. Picks one member, and finally is a little bit more doable with a 2v2. They do get the reset, perhaps no. It's a little bit too far as Daybot lurks up forward, tries to use Schweppes here as the bait, but Vampire Esports, they know what not to do as Daybot and Allen have a great cross with each other.
Allen is forced to kill outside of the play zone. I don't think he will be able to survive for far too long. Stone tries to lob a grenade to at least secure one more number against GD. That should be able to do the trick if he does get the angles right. Daybot now takes out Schweppes. It's still going to be a 2 versus 1, but advantage given to GD when it comes down to the position, because eventually Vampire Esports, if they run out of smokes, they don't really have cover to run into the circle. And now moving into phase 8, things look a little dicey. Daebot managed to cut across. Oh, is this going to be the nade?
Will it be a Kobe is the question. Alan is picked off here. The nade does come through.
Oh!
And one! And the break comes through. What a great play from GIDS with that cross and the nade. 300 IQ, giving them this chicken dinner. And Daebot with 7 eliminations. What on earth?
The damage felt like it was over 9,000. 7 takedowns coming out of Daebot as he claims this win against Vampire Esports. Both sides showing so much strength, but GD, they just outplayed the rest of Vampires, and they could sit back home. It ain't Halloween just yet.
You know, when I was thinking about the cross, I was thinking that they have a crossfire for the shots. I did not think that they could actually chain that nade with all of that damage from just that weapon. So let's have a look at that again. If you come back to this game in general, I think that Smep did a great thing about surviving. He nearly got another 1 kill, but what's most important to him is getting those extra points. And even then, that fight against Smep with 4 rivals gave him a role on the whole team by himself.
Yeah, there's so many things that goes on into this matchup overall, and we see even Alter Ego having some really good run, but the problem is when it's coming down to this intersection, it's all about securing areas of play, and when you don't have areas of play, you just have to basically pick your own fights out well. Alter Ego, they managed to go in for a majority of all these takedowns before bowing out, and you take a look at this. Elton managed to find those clips even when they were just chasing into the circle, and Vampire Esports have got those angles all wrapped up. Where we saw Vampire Esports, they got overwhelmed by Daebot. This insane push coming from GD has gotten more than just 2. Basically, Daebot himself eliminated the entirety of Vampire Esports.
That is with the support of his teammates. It's actually quite insane when you think about it. There is a recurring theme in this particular match, especially if we saw from SLD as well as GID. It's strength in numbers is probably a myth at this point because you can win even with less numbers. You just need 300 IQ. And it's happening again from Smep as well as from GID. What a cross and what a play. That's great communication. I'm going to throw this knee and you're going to push up right now. The timing is immaculate.
Yeah, and on top of that, we saw Alan trying to heal up over onto the blue zone just to buy a little bit more attention as well. Sure, they basically utilize some of these nades just to secure the number, but take a look at the total points. 27 all backed in by GD. Sure, Vampire Esports, they got 11 eliminations to match up against GD, but they didn't match to walk away with the chicken dinner. 23 points is where they sell at. Alter Ego on 3rd spot, while SLD having one of their members to buy enough time to secure a top 3 finish, where Yoodo Alliance got themselves a top 5 and 11 points to be secured in this round, making it one of the best for today.
It's really interesting how the top tier teams that are usually on the top side ladder, TM, DX, Infinity, are the ones to run out or get out of the game early this particular round. I would say that the aggression coming in from all the teams is just catching a lot of them off guard as we go into week number 2. Now, for Daebot though, the damage he's done is pretty impressive. We've seen the 7 eliminations as well. He's been really good with the refrags. You notice that if, say, that one member of GD gets caught out, he'll be the first to push up and get a refrag in return, thus using his teammate as a bait, kind of like pressure the other team to push out and get this point. Is also saying like, hey, look at this carrot over here. All you gotta do is just come out of that area and you die.
Well, I never knew that the story would end that way, but look at the weekly rankings as GD has made the high gear shift all the way to the top with 32 points, while BRU, they have remained to be very consistent in this Miramar matchup that has benefited them to secure 29 points. 28 will be Infinity now being pushed down. Same goes to TEM as they both crash out relatively earlier than expected. Alter Ego as well as Vampire Esports have been able to push up to 5th and 6th respectively, and of course, more to come.
What's really interesting as well is the fact that DBD is having a great start this week. They were already hanging out 19, 18, 17th place. Last week, it looks like there has been a change. And I'm really curious to know what exactly changed, what they learned this week, because their aggression is just really, really changing the way they play and how exactly they take a spot and how exactly they take those fights. Regardless, when you look at the other teams like FaZe, honestly, they usually have really great starts. I would say that I almost expect them to be at 5th or 6th place, but they've been getting a little bit unlucky as the other teams are a little bit more aggressive than usual, and I think it's catching them off guard when it comes to those pincers.
Yeah, on top of that, personally, talk about Malaysian teams, we have to talk about Yoodo Alliance. They've been the only constant throughout some of these weeks. If they're not the #1 team of Malaysia, currently over on the C League, they're usually coming in as #2. This time, they're the one that has been making themselves known over on the first pager of the standings, and even Geek Fam had their fair share of struggle. They haven't been able to turn up the notch just yet, but we're looking at 4 rivals having a little bit more of a struggle. I feel like their morale is relatively low, and with a finisher like that, what we see inside of this matchup, they could have actually handled the situation better against SLD.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them just now, it almost felt like there was a disconnect between them in terms of their communication. Regardless, that's a great thing for SLD. We saw them take a fight. 3 of them were gone toward the end of the day, only leaving Smeb behind. They had to take the fight with 4 rivals to get into the circle. The problem now is that SLD, they have an idea in mind on how to play the survivability game. Now for GIDS, I feel like they're it's just the usual play for them in general. They didn't really have to travel too far. They have a general idea on where exactly the middle circle is going to be. Same goes for Vampire Esports. But Yoodo Alliance, I really want to say that despite the odds stacked against them losing 1 player early, they still managed to survive towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and what's also impressive to note is that SLD, they moved in from the north end and they ended up over the south side. It takes a lot of work to get by into the southern area without getting all this attention coming out of Vampire Esports from GD. And sure, some of these players have been shot out, but we see them lurking by, and they've constantly been able to find that top 4 finish inside Buriram, and I think like that's basically their golden ticket to make their way into the finals.
I think what's really most interesting is the fact that, I mean, it's very frustrating for me as a longtime supporter of 4 rivals, that advantage presented to them. Seeing Pemburu move into the circle and going perhaps for that long-range shots is what I expected him to do, but not getting that. Yeah, I'm just curious to know, like, what exactly was the thought process here? Was it because the circle was a little bit too aggressive, or was it because it's a pressure cooker moment where they thought like Pemburu might be able to survive alone? Regardless, let's have a look at the summary of that match earlier, and this is going to be a very interesting one as we look at the GD, GID, and VPE. Look how close they are in terms of stats.
Yeah, 2 very different approaches where some of them will have to buy time. Well, most part it's Allen inside of the blue, but in terms of the numbers, it does stack up. Basically, that extra 200 pointers is coming from the final takedown. And of course, Daybot was the difference maker because he has brought back about 7 elimination points all by himself.
That's half the total.
He took out 4 members of Vampire Esports by the very end of it, right? So this itself, we also have to give credit to Vampire Esports because they waste no time moving into where they need to be. So we're going to have to compare some of all these records. And of course, making comparison, Vampire Esports, they have a 2nd place finish, but we're moving to Angle where this is one of the best maps yet.
Vampire Esports has been great for positioning as well. I think that when we look at where Vampire Esports and Buriram United usually kind of like stop at in terms of their positioning, it's been very similar. So we see a lot of fights between Vampire Esports and Buriram United. Now for TEM, same thing as usual, hold on to a compound, hold on to an area, wait for the right time, either with third party or we just go through. And if Infinity, as we know, he likes to walk around, pick up as many kills as possible. But moving into match number 4 for today. Already number 4? What? So fast?
That's right, and we are basically having ourselves some crazy pace of a matchup. And we expect Angle to be just as fast-paced as it gets, unless if it's another urban ending inside of Yasnaya. So then, yeah, take as much time possible because we enjoy every glimpse of it. This time around, ACDE will be playing in this match, so we won't be seeing Infinity, BN United, Alpha Ego, as well as Yoodo Alliance. So take your pick, Tash. Like, who's going to be getting their next chicken dinner? Hopefully we get to
we have to wait for prediction, but
yeah,
you know what? I'm really curious to talk about like Group B. This is really good. I feel like Infinity, BN, AE, and Yoodo Alliance have been performing very, very well today. So honestly, Group B, I would say for this week is the strongest group, and probably without them, a lot of these teams are like, okay, that's a little bit of a relief for us. Not as aggressive, not as, I would say, scary perhaps, but there are still other teams you have to look out for.
Yeah.
But for what do you think?
Well, I can argue with you that there are also other groups that
Of
are
course.
relatively stronger.
Okay,
Like you look at
okay.
Group A, it's stacked with DX, 4 Rivals, Buriram United, as well as TEM. Sure, you may say like, oh, 4 Rivals don't look like they're the finest team on the block, but you
They have a
can't-
good record.
They have a really good record locally at the very least, right? And then like you look at the current teams that are leading. 2 out of Group A is currently sitting at 2nd place as well as 3rd respectively. So who's to say that they won't be giving a tough battle against players from Vampire Esports, players from Bacon Time overall. So that will definitely be interesting to watch.
You know what else is interesting to watch? PMCC, the PUBG Mobile Campus Challenge, where you can actually get or join just to join right now. Sorry, Campus Championship rather. But this is the 2nd qualifier and their last chance to join the PMNC 2022. So register right now. There is a 40,800 ringgit prize pool for you guys over in Malaysia only. I'm really curious and hope that soon there'll be a PMCC for every single region here in Southeast Asia, just to see maybe like we have like a tournament in Malaysia versus Singapore versus Thailand versus Indonesia, and then finally at the end of the day we'll have a campus challenge global or something. Oh, that would be really exciting.
That's right, and of course there's a lot more exciting things that is yet to come where you guys will have to always stay tuned. Make sure you follow us on our social media platform. It's PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia, Singapore, and every other region that you're currently watching it. If you're on TikTok or even any other social media platform, hit that follow button, hit that like button, any button that you see, just click, and you'll keep up to speed with what's to come. So far, Tash, of course, we've seen so many of all these clan winners, and I think like the chicken winners today were impressive.
I think all of them have been pretty good. I mean, I really like the fact that for our studio this time, we actually get to see inside of the producer studios, and seeing their reactions to all of the endings today have been completely bombastic, especially GIDS, our head producer. He has been like, he's like, oh my god, it's like you can actually tell that he is actually so into these games, and a lot of the reactions from us have been pretty genuine as well, because it's more plot twist than anything. It's actually more plot twisty than Game of Thrones.
It's just impressive, like how like GD basically pulls off that matchup.
I thought it was gonna be in Vampire Esports' hands.
Right, and he took matters to his own hands instead. Daybot says, like, I'm the one ruling with the Iron Fist, and I will be sitting on the Iron Throne. Sounds familiar, right?
Yes, I know that you took my reference to the next level, and I love you for that. Thank you.
Lots of love on the desk, and of course, lots of love to you guys back at home as well. Sure, for your favorite teams out there, make your prediction. Hopefully, all the people in the organization will be able to spot you on. And of course, lots of love to the admins out there who's managing all the chat. Make sure you guys be good boys and girls out there. Anyway,
Stay hydrated. But let's have a look at our prediction right now. And I'm gonna go for TM. They had a bad run just now, but we always know that TM, after they have a bad run, they tend to bounce back up, which actually is so insane. But why Bacon Time?
Why Bacon Time? They have been the best performing team for most part inside of Angle in terms of stats. Stats usually don't lie, so I'm just hoping to see more out of them. We haven't seen them getting a chicken dinner as of late.
But they're good at consistently getting points.
Yeah.
But I got a song for you. Stats don't lie. I don't know the lyrics, but I know the song. Yeah. Yikes.
Exactly. Yeah. Exact reaction from the chat. If there's a thumbs down button, I hope they don't click it.
Please don't press thumbs down for Contra's sake.
Okay. Just don't. Okay.
I'm okay with the thumbs down though. But did you know that in in the old days, a thumbs up means that they're telling you to stab someone, like in those
like
Roman.
Julius Caesar?
Yeah, like this means
if you're
like
in the
stab him.
Colosseum, like
Yeah.
it means end him.
Yeah,
and, like,
if they do this, it's not a good thing. It means stab him in the jugular.
Times have changed, and of course, with the winds of change blowing in, let's see who will be the next winner of that chicken dinner, or could it be TEM that gets 2 chicken dinners for today? We've seen certain teams to be able to make the cut, and in fact, the past week, we've seen TEM close out the round side of Sana and also Magic to make their mark inside Angle. It could be a repeat of history, according to Tash, of course. So when we are getting ourselves ready for this upcoming round, I think like there's a lot of expectation to be met here, not only by the teams that we predicted, but also from other teams like I think we talked a lot about Four Rivals already. I want to look at some other teams like Box Gaming. Similar kind of play style that we're seeing coming from a veteran squad out of the PMPL.
What are they struggling with, you think?
And I feel like it's more of indecisiveness that has been the main occurrence, because when you take a look at how they played out inside Miramar, they were challenging BN United.
Yeah.
And there was no point for Ray to even shoot at any moving vehicles from then on. And immediately the retaliation come in. Box Gaming couldn't hold out. They were 2 versus 4.
Yeah, I was actually questioning the decision because you are outnumbered. I know that you want to do a mining piece or a situation there, but at the same time, you must also bite what you can chew. In that situation, BRU has the numbers to take that fight if they were to push forward. But for Box, they didn't have the numbers. Perhaps they want to get lucky, but they get 1 and then they get decimated. It would not be a good thing. But speaking of a good thing, our match will be starting soon. Erangel, let's get into it.
We're going to our final 2 rounds of our PMPL Southeast Asia League in day 1 of week 3. That's where we're going to be looking to see who's going to be the next winner inside of the classic map itself. This time around, we're having this flight path cutting in from the western corner of the map, as it will have a clear-cut passage all the way into the Kopka. So many of all these areas over on to the north as well as south will be accessible via vehicles, and for most often the case, we'll have a little bit more commotion going in between. So we start off here with Vampire Esports moving into the premium section. I'm hoping to see a little bit more battles heading into the western section of the map as we are starting our first round of Erangel. So Cash, I wonder like what could we actually get out of this, whether it be a circle going whichever direction, right? Like, who do you think has the best odds based on performance today, other than what was predicted so far?
I mean, I really want it to be DX. I feel like today DX has not had like the best of luck in terms of their fights. They're getting caught out as they are rotating in the open areas. But look at where Vampire Esports has dropped. Ravenclaw is so very far away compared to his teammates. This 3-1 situation is very interesting. It's also gonna be the circle. Wow, this is the lowest I've seen it go in the past 2 weeks, and I am living for it. I love SMB circles. I almost have a feeling it's gonna be there, so please don't scam me.
Very likely than not. And Geek Fam, you know they like to
Geek Fam love these circles.
They love to erratically drop wherever they please, and this time they got it absolutely right. And that also leaves many of these teams scattering for early loot and quickly booking their way into the island itself before all these bunkers are set up by the bridges. I wonder how does Sem9 fare this time around. They're going to be looting up inside of mansion. The most optimistic approach is to quickly loot up, get into the eastern corner of the bridge, and hopefully survive. I say hopefully.
I mean, we talked to you, High Boy, last week, and I think what's really interesting is the fact that they said that if it was these really interesting circles that they could play, which they didn't play in the last match last week, they said that they could easily predict. It's very, very predictable, and they know how exactly to play it. But for another team from Malaysia, Four Rivals, I was about to say this earlier, is that for the past how many seasons, they have been... I'm actually quite surprised that they haven't changed the drop spot. It's always been Rozhok. And I'm curious as to why they want to keep playing the same thing over and over again when everyone has been changing up their strats, changing up how they play. Is it because it's more of like, what's not broken shouldn't be fixed, or because they're very comfortable with it?
I think like there's a few advantages when you drop into Rozhok because you're basically directly in towards the north center of the map. And no matter how the flight path goes, most often than not, you get to get the direct access to the city. And not only that, it's more of their approach of playstyle outside of the city that matters more, because that is elbow. Oh my goodness, Micah gets run over, and Break finally gets his first break of the match. Bensu gets first blood. Box Gaming survives out of that scutter. Well, if that's ever a word, man, Box Gaming count their lucky stars trying to ensure that they get themselves back up on track. But what a way to start things off. Geek Fam, though they were the early birds into the island, they didn't seem to hold all too well.
It was a little bit too ambitious. I thought that Mika would be the opener as the other teammates would be there. Perhaps for Mika, the best thing to do is to stay silent as you don't have backup to pick you up. And that resulted in his death. I'm curious to know whether it was a call from his own self or a call from his teammates. Pick one off and perhaps we can reconvene. But it looks like they are going to go for it. They do know that Box has to at least get that reset. Look at those smokes. So many resources.
I don't even know how he basically flipped off again of the vehicle, but Geek Fam.
Snipe, need a snipe.
Oh, they're doing work right now. And Yuhai, they will find them 3 times in a row. Break probably will be having his toes all
A little bit too far.
crumpled. And I don't think that much could be done by the rest of Box Gaming. This time, for good now, they have to leave him by.
Well, there goes Break. He just got back into the game. Probably was like, oh, thanks, guys. Wait, no! I was just picked up.
And
At least I'm liking this answer from Geek Fam, like
an
1
eye for
for
an
1.
eye.
Yeah, an eye for an eye or a refrag rather. At least if you lose one, you get some value out of it. But it's not. I mean, for Geek Fam, they're a team that has gotten chicken dinners with just 3 members. So I wouldn't put it past them for being able to survive or play together. But at the same time, you always want to have that extra member. And I felt like Mika dying there was a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been more, but at the very least, you know, Geek Fam, they give 1 point, they get 1 point in return.
I feel like for Mika, if he wasn't a little bit too close to the road and he didn't get hit by that car, it would have been a whole different story.
Yeah, it will be a different story for sure. And of course, Bensu managing to get that quick knock as he was on the pillion ride. And Schweppes came in all alone via the motorboat that he has.
PPE loves the motorboat route.
But it's him being all alone, though. He has to be thankful that Geek Fam is not.
I have to ask you a question.
Gatekeeping.
I have to ask a question.
Go
What's
ahead.
the theme song for him as he walks all alone?
I guess it's a Green Day song. I'm
No.
not gonna sing it.
No, it's actually all by myself. I wanna be.
Too gloomy. I don't like that song now.
Why?
But I do like what's currently in the views of Frankie.
Oh,
The bridge fights. Yes, indeed. And we're seeing tags being directed over on side of Yuhai. He is forced to reposition. There's also snipes by the corner of the bridge. The Savior slowly approaching. They are sending more members, but they are gatekeeping the lighthouse instead. They will eventually find more teams crossing by. DVD. They are just by the bunker of Quarry.
Okay, wait, hang on. I'm so sorry to cut you, but like imagine everyone thought that it's going to be an SMB circle, right? But suddenly the circle scammed you and just go ping pongs all the way up north to mainland.
There is a possibility since this is still fake.
I know. So like what if that happened and everyone had to swim over? And that's a big body of water.
They got to remember where they park their boats, if that's the case. But if they don't have boats,
VPE has a hidden boat. It's like a Bond movie, right? Where you have your hidden boat hidden somewhere to make your getaway.
you know what I would love to
What?
be added into PUBG Mobile?
What?
Submarines.
Oh my god, yes! That would be so cool!
Like, make it incredibly slow, but incredibly safe. How about that?
Yeah, that would be hella cool. You know who else is hella cool? FaZe. I feel like they are a team that even though they're not getting their chicken dinners or the top 4 finishings, but they're as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, and you just take a look at FaZe Clan. With the addition of Lycan, they have been able to amp out the firepower. And this guy always have a smile on his face. Of course, his profile
Listen.
photo is stuck right there with his smile.
Firepower isn't cool, it's hot.
It's hot.
Yeah.
You know, then what's cool then?
Ice.
So FaZe Clan has a bucket of ice wherever they go.
Yes, in their drinks, probably.
Well, gotta keep those energy drinks all chilled up while you guys could crack one open. If you guys don't have any sort of drinks, order it from GrabFood, 50% off when you order it using the code PUBGM. And oh my.
Lycan is
Not
gonna
so
have...
cool now. They lose a tire though. Lycan
Nah, he's gonna be
moving
like...
slower.
He's gonna be like... I was trying to deliver your Grab delivery here, but I got intercepted, so your food's gonna be late.
Yeah, but you guys should not be late for the signups for the PMCC 2022. If you guys are from Malaysia, scan this QR code, and if you're still studying, might as well make some money.
Money.
Pretty sure your parents won't be complaining that you can fund your own student loans.
It's so funny. I don't know if you guys get the reference for this song because it just really shows my age. But most likely my mom's age, actually. It's a really old song. 70s, 80s, perhaps. I don't know.
Okay, I don't think you're anywhere near a 40, 50-year-old.
Thank you.
Hey, still decent music choice. Rozak still sees the rest of 4 rivals making their way into the circle. Now, very likely than not, it will still close into the islands where we see NFT being the new team to arrive over the south side of Middle Base. GD, Vampire Esports, Box Gaming already down into the region. While over on the bridge, we see DBD, FaZe Clan, as well as DX all stuck at that quarter map.
You know
Geek
what's
Fam
interesting?
hoping to catch them all off.
I wanted to say that the eastern bridge, nobody is there. Nobody is crossing from the eastern side at all. I'm curious to know why exactly everyone is choosing to go toward the west instead. Perhaps they're worried that someone might be keeping from the west side. I'm not sure.
I guess so. I mean, west side, we see a huge
The Great
circle.
Migration.
The circle does close over onto that area, so I think like teams would rather pick the western circle instead.
But you can already predict that a lot of teams are going to be there, which is why I'm curious, like, why not just go a little bit further and go toward the west side? But
Because if you were to be on the mainland, there's still going to be a lot of areas that you cannot count that, it's still going to be safe. And of course, runovers happen.
Ouch! Dude.
Bamburu just go in for a little bit of a boop.
Yeah, he
and
booped him.
there goes.
He sandwiches him between 2 vehicles. And I think this is a great opening for 4 rivals. Perhaps the kill that they need to boost up their morale, especially after that big mistake they did in the last game just now.
Yeah, and of course, just small recoveries overall. TM about to lock horns with Bacon Time as well as Ego Esports. This is going to be a huge one if they were to basically lock horns close quarters. While Chad tries to break open the doors, he does have the DB.
Oh my god!
Oh my, he does get that pick. Great run over coming in from his teammates as well to supplement the damage. Namshin will be able to secure the number while Sozip will be cooking up that grenade. Not much angles to hide for Eagle Esports.
Still waiting. Smokes are out. Namshin does eat up a little bit of that damage. Regardless, gonna be Noisy that gets that first pick, and that was all the way on the outside. He's not allowing those, I would say, those backstabs or those flanks to come through as well. But for Eagle Esports, with only the 2 of them, I'm really liking this teamwork that's coming through as well. I mean, it was almost like watching a parody of a cartoon where you're trying to run away from someone and your teammate just runs you over from the outside.
Of course, moving along from that, all these teams were hoping to actually make it across via the river, and everyone else just gets clipped in between the way. Napkin just lucky to be alive, but the Blue Zones are already clipping every one of these players. 4 rivals have to drive by alongside with Bevy. They won't be locking horns just yet. Circle will pull further down towards the island itself. So this fights that they're having here has to end. But will they drive their way? Will they swim? I don't think there's an option for swimming because this circle is about to close real fast. More damage being done for the side of TEM. Not much vehicle options as all these vehicles are being blown up. Instead, grenades being lobbed left, right, center. But none of these fights are finishing just yet. Bacon Time, they're about to make their move.
I think everyone's just trying to say, let's call it quits for now and just move as fast as we can. But it's going to be TM that will be finding the members of 4 rivals. Here comes the damage coming through here. Sozip barely keeping alive, but Api will be the one for the refrag. Immediately picks up here is Pemburu, and he's going to try and get Bevy out of the way, but Bevy will be able to run away with his life. But they're going to be very happy just trying to bait Mormon here.
Oh boy.
But Bevy, a little bit too ambitious, and it's going to be TM eliminated by 4 rivals. A great comeback for this game, and this time they make sure to cover all their angles but it's going to be stopped as a third-party team here, not allowing the reset.
Bacon
That's going to
time.
be Bacon time. Very aggressive. Finds Bukuru, knocks him straight inside of there. And for now, Voki, I don't know if we can get out of here because this is just a little bit too much for them to handle as they finally get blown up from the game.
And we thought that it would be a better time for 4 Rivals. They got themselves 6 elimination points. This time they crash out. Well, make it 10 pointers for them to be secured after round 4 at the very least. Bacon time, though, being the late mover here to be able to reap the rewards. But although it's not too much, Geek Fam now crashes one, Box Gaming, and they break one down. Damroot quickly secures that number, now leaving only the final member alive. Trisme is just being cornered up. He's going to break open the door, but that Molotov's going to clip him. Oh, the angles not working too well. So long, Box Gaming.
That's a really great way of trying to box the boxes, but 4 eliminations is great. Tony K getting an opening pick there. And I think that will end Ego Esports. FaZe is doing really good when it comes to watching these angles and corners.
Yeah.
But they're going to be moving, and it's going to be them. Against Bacon Time, I don't think anyone will be fighting, prioritizing that, I think, area control instead.
Indeed. Well, Bacon Time still have 1 member outside of blue. Oh my word! What on earth? Lycan, it still managed to get that spray down over in a moving vehicle.
Look at DX
Great
swimming.
work coming in from that recoil control. Nine Noise still on the outskirts, though. A few of these members of Bacon Time just hoping to find a couple of pointers out there in the blue. Well, there is one taking a swim in the middle of nothing, and FaZe Clan slowly moves their way inbound. Now, they're all safe and sound over the northern end of the sector.
Sounds like a happy ending for now. Regardless, I think I'm really gonna give props to Bacon Time. Still wanting to go on the aggressive, still wanting not to go out without a fight. There is no such thing as a unspoken gentleman's agreement when it comes to Bacon Time. So I think for this circle that's ping-ponging to the right is gonna give at least some breathing room for a lot of teams. You don't have to worry about playing inside of the water. But look at the southern side here, where how many teams have held out an area down there?
Yeah, and looks like Ice is hoping to make a run of his lifetime. Has to be thankful that these clips are not all gathered up all too well from Tony K. Damroot does get the drop onto NFT, while DX have troubles of their own. Overwhelmed by the numbers of Boxgate, Boom Esports instead. Boom now throwing the frags back on towards the side of Frankie. Tries to cover the vehicle, but the grenades will slowly wither away some of the armory. DX just have to settle this silently. They really don't want to pick this fight right now. Both sides enjoying the circle. They really don't need to really pick each other apart.
Neighbors don't necessarily like each other, and this is the case for DX and Boom Esports. Boom Esports.
See who moves out first, right?
Exactly. Let's see who drives who crazy first is the question. So I was going to say, in terms of DX, they've been very unlucky in terms of their rotations, and this is the same thing that's going to be said about Bacon. As Noisy, he is so very low, just trying to just run away for time. End of the day, does get clipped in the end by Lycan. So for FaZe, it's usually the same story every time. Gotta knock, rush forward, gotta knock, rush forward. I'm really liking this idea that they know that strength in numbers is not necessarily a good thing for them. But look at how they're maintaining that space between the team and them. Basically just kind of like scout out, make sure that they're not going to get caught off guard by any crossfires.
And I like how FaZe Clan is approaching this. They're not there just to say, oh, we got a knock and we're just going to be securing the number. They understand that there's still going to be a couple of teams around. So long as you wither them down, you can let them be picked off by other teams, which is still going to be a win-win scenario. Sure, you may not secure that point, but you get into a better position where you can go up a hit in terms of standing and look for bigger fishes to fry or pick on somebody on their own size. Yummy now wants to break the silence between them as well as the Savior. Grenades exchange from both ends. Seemingly one clip onto the member of Boom.
This is his last grenade.
And he still has one more, keeping it in hand. Rabbit's just ensuring that nobody gets to push out into the smoke all too safely. So he's still going to be able to reconvene or just secure his own estate.
Look at for Boom, just now they had 4, and now they're down to 3. I'm really curious to know what exactly happened here. Did they manage to get a pick off is the question. But even though they have this compound, like DX has 2 compounds, which means it's great for the crossfires, for the situations, but outside of the compounds, look at how many teams are there. Jimmy OP with the opening, make it 2 barely, but not quite. This very aggressive angle is just going to give them so much to work with, as the other members, such as Zeke's, not trying to push forward just yet, making sure that they can play it safe. But SLD, the team that you really liked getting 11th place this time, I think this hard circle is a bit too hard for them to play with.
Yeah, they are not really too well known to be the best players into securing the southern terrains instead. Of course, I could be proven wrong any given moment of the time. But this circle will sort of move in towards the southwest.
Circle.
Empire Esports suddenly gets the advantage as compared to all the other teams. Fights breaking out over the far west. DBD now getting tagged up once again. It's Vampire Esports shooting directly at him, and even Yuhai gets tagged up. Both of the Malaysian squads have to quickly settle the scores as they are approaching the circle with caution. Everybody is lying down on their bellies already.
Yeah, it's a very, very open area with only the terrain to work with. Now for Geek Fam, if you look at them right now, to push out aggressively, they can't see through the smoke, but Octa coming in from the right side, trying to get a pincer onto Frankie. Frankie playing it very, very smart right now. Playing inside of the corner does not allow or give them enough space to move. But this time, Dogma pushing up to the members of FaZe. They want to take this head on. They already got 2 knocks right now, but Dogma does get knocked. But look at Micah from the backside, trying to get that backstab onto the back. But Tony K is doing Tony K things on the aggressive, taking up so much space, and DX is the one that go out first here, but between these 2 teams, suddenly quiet.
Yeah, and then one more nade drops on top of Yuhai. Tony K has been able to secure 3 takedowns so far. If he takes out the rest of Geek Fam, he will be able to secure 4. Yuhai defending himself with only that grenade. He's been able to chip some damage over onto Venturas, but they have them all numbered up. Big in time this time for elimination points as they find it to be a struggle to make into the island. While Yuhai, he has a little bit of angles here, but Lycan just teasing him.
Now he's pushing forward.
Hit shots over onto the side of Yuhai. He's got the M249. Now it does have a little bit of lineup time for him to pull up the weapon. And once again, FaZe Clan dominates the top of the hill.
It's a little bit unfortunate, as you saw that Geek Fam didn't really have the high ground advantage compared to FaZe Clan. And the crossfire has been insane. The fact that he's not actually able to figure out where exactly Lycan's gonna be is not good. And Tony K, even though he just finished 1 fight, he's already on to the next one. He's just like, okay, GG, go next team. GG, go next team.
Oh. And with FaZe Clan still securing the hill, Boom Esports is hoping to push upwards. They've already dealt with the res of DX. But this is going to be hard to do if they swerve towards the left side. There's still Buriram United waiting on the edges. Speaking of which, Daybot has got that handled up, tagging onto Tiger X, knocking him down while the rest of GD hoping to clear up this corner of the map. Octa now being spotted up. One more number to be secured by the rest of GD. That might just be stolen by Kengzo. Now that also reveals his location. That will be tagged up by Booms as they secure 5 corners each. And they will go on another streak of themselves. And we see them just securing back-to-back top 5 finishes for today.
Very interesting situation as we see the top 3 here. Our usual household names finally making up to the top. But everyone is stuck to the northern side compared to VPE, who's already inside of the circle. And that's what's important about getting those positions early. But Boom Esports this time surviving a lot longer than they did before. I mean, bar the fact that they already lost 2 members, this is a great situation for them. You want to see these big plays from Boom Esports, this might be the time. Perhaps if they do manage to get a chicken dinner with only 2, it would be insane. But against a team with 4 people like FaZe, might be a little bit of a tall order here as Yummy takes a little bit of damage from that need. Look at that aggressive push forward here. They are not scared to push through the smokes, trusting their teammates to give them all the supports, and Hexa's immediately going down to Tony K.
It's just insane how Tony K pushes through the blue and also into the fire that he tossed out as well. Like, they knew that this is going to be secured no matter what, but Tony, he's out there to chase up the numbers against
he finds Yummy too.
And first, DBD now makes it into the top 4. MR5 to be going toe-to-toe against this player, but he will have 5 grenades to work with. He's just got to lob it perfectly into the angle. He doesn't see it coming, but now he will have to make that dodge Moving into the smokes though. Again, all alone in the middle of those members of FaZe Clan. Doesn't seem like he does have the advantage now.
He knows
Jumping
now.
part and MR5. He's still trying to master steps, but he won't be able to identify where it's come from. Lycan tackles one onto the side of Vampire Esports. 3v4. Counting out DBD for now.
Yeah,
Of course, he's gonna get it.
Oh my word! The thorn in everyone's side. He does pick up one. In the end of the day, this could be work in his favor if he does get a few kills in return. Booms. Trying to supplement that damage coming in from Yen as well. Damage does flip onto there. Does find Ventores. Yen, what the heck? You're crazy! And I'm surprised that no one spots him out finally. Lycan sees him. He's gonna be very happy with that. At least he bothered them enough to just dwindle down their resources.
And because of that, FaZe Clan is only down to one player left. There's no way that he's gonna go out in the open to save Ventores for now. He's gonna be stuck by that broken vehicle, and there's not many areas for him to play out. Vampire Esports taking the entirety of the sector. This should be a fight between GD as well as Vampire Esports. And Vampire Esports, we have been waiting for this.
He's actually gonna pick up his teammate, and no one can see because of the smokes. This is a great situation for the pickup here.
Driven Claw's coming though.
Exactly, he does want to push up. We do know that he wants, but GIDS. Whoa! Here comes the barbecue as well. But he goes down again! They're pushing up to him! FaZe Clan, what are you gonna do? Lycan is running out of time here as the sprays come through from Fluke, and that'll be the end of them. Probably should have been better just to go for those placement points.
That is massive though. 14 eliminations coming out of FaZe Clan in this matchup. I think that's more than enough, almost securing a chicken dinner by eliminations itself. Top 3 finish, that allows them to get at least 10 points in to make that 24. One of the best that we've seen out of FaZe Clan. 3 versus 4 advantage given over the side of Vampire Esports in terms of numbers, but look at the circle. It goes back to GD, and we've seen what they have done to Vampire Esports back in Miramar. Now it's take 2, action.
Question now is, what exactly can VP? Look at how much circle control they have. They have a 2-2. A 2-2 sort of situation going on, which means that they have a buddy system. At least they can go for those refrags if they want to. But it's just only a one-man deficit compared to a VPE. So if they're able to get perhaps one grenade onto 2 members of VPE, eliminate one side, and then suddenly all the advantage will go toward the side of GP.
Both sides still having the edges of the circle to work with. Vampire Esports don't really have to force a push just about yet. And we've seen many of these resources have been utilized by Vampire Esports when they take on the rest of FaZe Clan. And it's safe to be said about GID. But the problem is, there's going to be less of a cover for Vampire Esports.
Mexican standoff.
Yeah, they just really have to wait out till they seek a little bit more.
Can we see a tumbleweed come through in the middle? Like, that'd be great.
Not just yet, I guess.
You know, when they have those cowboy
we need
movies.
rougher winds.
Oh yeah.
Miramar, maybe yes. We see many of those type of wins.
That's true. What would you say this situation will be? Not a Mexican standoff, gentleman's agreement?
I think it's more of, you know, he loves me, she loves me not kind of situation.
Oh my god. Think about it this way. Worms 2, the game. Everyone's proning, right?
Sounds just about right.
It's our childhood game.
Yeah, I absolutely love that game.
Yeah.
Turn that into a battle royale and we get ourselves something exciting, but of course, PUBG Mobile is where all the fun is at. Alan, 2 more needs to work with. They smoked up the entirety of the road, and they toss one immediately towards Schweppes. 65% of health left on the side of Schweppes. They still have a couple of...
Is he seriously going to prone through? Oh my god, he has
they
balls.
They have to stand right now. They don't really have to prone anymore. That allows Vampire Esports to run across.
Ooh.
Alan now gets attacked onto Schweppes. This will be something that will be advantageous for them. They drop the back though, but Vampire Esports now go on a 3 versus 3.
Nice.
That grenade will connect.
This is a good situation for them, evening out the odds.
Stone with a restock as well. That could prove to be vital.
That's really scary if he is able to actually use those resources regardless for GID, I gotta admire them. Very good trigger discipline, not moving unless they have to. But the problem is right now is that they might just be pincered. In this situation, look at how VPE is playing. Very separated so that they don't get blown up.
And they're trying to move into the elevated area so that they could basically seek out the rest of GD.
But Snissel's waiting.
Quite a smart measure, but they're also clumped up all together.
Oh, no,
Alan gets the first move.
This is not good because right now there is going to be a refrag. Alan is going to be pushing forward here. Fluke already knocked out in return. And GID still get it in the end. Doesn't matter if they're a one-man deficit or not. They still win these.
2 chicken dinners secured for the day for the Indonesian squad. And my, oh my. And it seems like there's no Avenger play coming in from Vampire Esports. They did have that restock coming out of that crate. Even that was not enough from Stone. They all were in the line of fire. Alan has did all the damage possible in order to claim another one for GD.
It's so great how GID plays this. It's more of like leave the care package, let them use it as bait. As soon as we know that someone is taking the restock, we go on the aggressive. And I feel like they got caught off guard.
And also, it's trigger discipline being shown from GD as well. They didn't really have to do drastic measures. They understand the circles upon them. We see a little bit of interesting takedowns here as teams were trying to cut into the river, trying to make into the island. And for Rivals, they got themselves 6 takedowns from this skirmish, but Bacon Time was there to rain on their parade. And it was interesting as well. Geek Fam, they kept meeting up with the rest of Fox Gaming and the match to burn the boxes down.
I think that what's really interesting is the fact that DBD's performance today has been so insane. A team that we weren't really looking at in the beginning to suddenly start to play aggressive and surviving longer than usual, really showing up.
Showing their true colors.
Really, honestly. And I think like if we go back toward the last, I think the final circle, I think what's really interesting is the fact that yes, usually your usual teams are the very top, but the fact that we were already kind of like thinking that, okay, VPE has the man advantage, which means that they can play a little bit more aggressive. I think the fact that they kind of like took a little bit too long to come forward and force GID into the fight might have been the problem here. Perhaps if they pushed together, might have been a whole different story by separating the team. But they were a little bit too cautious.
And I would absolutely agree. Vampire Esports, they could have actually played a separate approach, right? Like send one member towards the far right-hand side of the flank, because when you go into the same angles, everyone's looking at the same direction, one guy shoots, you reveal your whole team to the rest of GD. Not really the smartest move, but yet again, we see a tie coming up, not from Vampire Esports, but FaZe Clan. They walk with 14 frags to tie up the points with GD.
It's a very interesting situation because on this time, 15 for GD comes from the rank points and 14 elimination comes from FaZe. And I think for FaZe Clan in this particular, map, why they're getting so many high eliminations is that because they had to take on so many teams in order to get into those circles. And despite how many teams they fought, they are still winning it, still having 4 until the very end where they finally were whittled down in numbers, which is absolutely insane when you think about it.
Yeah, FaZe Clan definitely is a scary team that nobody really wants to mess with. Boom, as well as DBD, they definitely got themselves some fair numbers in this matchup, but all eyes were on Lycan, where he massive
9%?
Yep, and that is basically 50%. Everybody else on the team has at least that 2 to 3.
He's carrying. Lycan was feeling really good. He woke up today and said, guys, I'm feeling really good today.
I felt the prophecy.
I felt the prophecy on me, so don't worry about it. I got you guys. I'll carry you guys.
Because of that, 2 chicken dinners, we see GD remain at the top of 56 points, but FaZe Clan moves into second place.
Yeah, that's really, really far ahead of everyone. 13 points ahead, which means that it's almost 1 game away from everyone compared. Regardless, have a look at, what were you showing me there?
DBD, they're now number 9.
I know, that's what I said about them. It's insane, their performance today. I mean, week 1, we were not looking at DBD. We were just like, okay, they're struggling, they haven't found their way. Why are they playing too aggressive? But today they're finding that survivability, and I'm really curious to know, like, what exactly did they talk about after the weekend coming into this week? Because I think even on the weekend, we were still not really paying attention to them.
Well, we have to start paying attention
we
now.
Absolutely have
goes to Boom. Overall, they're currently with 15 points, tied with DX, but we have seen the trajectory in favor of themselves. DX, however, hasn't been able to do any sort of notable exchanges throughout the course of their run today. Perhaps with the final map, they will be able to pull up something in return, but I am definitely excited and happy for the teams that have been able to really show what it's like to qualify into the SEA Championship itself. And of course, during the league stages, anything can happen still as we go back into the rotations of the top 4 teams.
Looks like everyone had the idea that the circle will be toward the main island. I mean, I remember back then when I first learned about PUBG Mobile, everyone says like, okay, if the flight path was toward the south, the circle's gonna go north. But it's absolutely not the case today. And sometimes I feel like the circle is scripted just to make things more chaotic, because we've seen more and more of these interesting circles from this week to last week. Now, for these rotations, it felt like the teams that got the most in terms of advantage has been the teams that are on the island first, namely VPE and GIDS. FaZe did a great situation getting so many kills, but by the time they got there, you can tell they were out of resources.
Yeah, FaZe Clan definitely pulled everything on the back, and also due to the fact that FaZe Clan were also tagged up by the rest of Empire Esports on the lower ground, and FaZe Clan didn't really have all too much of the opening grounds, especially with Yen, the final member of DBD, is getting some massive nades falling upon MR5 as well as Venturis.
He got like, what, 3 members down?
2 members at the very least, yeah. The third one, but they managed to get that revive, so I guess like it was an unfortunate instance for FaZe Clan.
But it was the reason that FaZe Clan wasn't able to get that chicken dinner or at least survive until the top 2.
And I guess like there's more to see in our very final matchup, but of course we'll be looking forward to what's going to be happening real soon. But of course, all thanks to Realme for making all of this happen, as they are our official smartphone partners for the entirety of the PMPL SEA Championship Fall. Make sure you check out the GT Neo tree. With it, the Neo Speed awakens as you have the dual chip gaming level flagship that boasts power and overall outstanding performance with its MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset.
You know what else is really good while you're playing PUBG Mobile? Food, perhaps drinks. So don't forget, guys, get yourself a 50% off Grab food order when you use the promo code PUBGM. For new users, TNC apply. Just go and use that code on the screen, or you can just put it on yourself. But I just really want to say that what's your favorite food when you play PUBG Mobile? For me, personally, I'm a big fan of popcorn and perhaps some boba.
Yeah, popcorn and boba, that's a lot of sugar overload. I think like...
Listen, you only have butter and salt.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you a few minutes to get that popcorn, and we'll be right back.
speed awakens.
And welcome back on board to the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. It's your boy here, Contra, along with Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the evening. We'll be taking you through the weekdays, and of course, we'll be joined by Sir Clout as well as you by the weekends itself. So far, we've been having 2 chickeners for GD as they are the team to beat for the entirety of the day. Vampire Esports closing in very closely, and Tash, you look extremely excited.
Yeah, because we're going to be looking at our head-to-head. I'm really excited to see this head-to-head because that was the most insane thing I've ever seen before.
It's between 2 members of FaZe Clan.
I wanted to see like Daybot perhaps against Tony K, but it's going to be Lycan against Tony K. Okay, 2 legends regardless, but today Lycan has been absolutely insane in terms of team contribution. Look at the team contribution between him and Tony K. But look at the side, like it's like so like day and night. Look at that. Lycan today is saying, Tony K, it's always your goddamn face up there. I too want the limelight.
To be fair, Tony K did more damage, but he took more kills, right?
Listen, can you stop disrespecting my boy Lycan that way?
It's no disrespect. I respect both of them, but you know what? Alan deserves that spotlight as well. He managed to take,
to be fair, yeah,
most of these players out of Vampire Esports to basically seal the deal, get those 2 chicken dinners back for Indonesia. GD is absolutely on fire.
You know what's really insane? It's always going to be Indonesia and Thailand that's kind of leading the charge in this aggression. And I'm really liking the way they play, especially as we compare and see how exactly these 2 teams play. But for the last game of the night, A, B, C, D, we're going to be not seeing Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, and SLD. Personally, I think that for Group E today, they're still trying to find their footing. Especially for like Geek Fam, we know that they usually start at least one day, 1 chicken dinner at least, but they're not getting a bit lucky today for the opening week. But it's understandable given the fact that the teams have started to understand and figure out how exactly each team were to play or to rotate, especially as we go into week number 2.
That's right, and overall, like, there's still so much to fight for. While I think like for teams that are slowly weirded out, you can already tell that it hasn't been a great week for Fox Gaming for multiple times already. Like, even if they were to basically bounce back up, it takes a lot to cut into the standings to make that top 16. So, therefore, if they really want to make it work, they gotta speed up. And you know why we gotta speed up? We got a new PUBG Mobile's original vehicle that has been introduced, True Speed, Real Attitude. Get the Facilius.
I was gonna open that up and say, you know what they need to cut into the teams? This True Speed, Real Attitude, first original PUBG Mobile sports car, but you stole it first and I'm really disappointed I don't get to use it. Regardless,
well,
it's a really great one as we segue into Halloween. Don't take this away from me because this is Halloween. This is Halloween. Enter if you dare. Strange, not available now. Play it on the phone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you like my song?
I like that you like to rhyme it. So, yeah, credit to you. So, first, this is our final game. Get yourselves prepared. And, of course, enter if you dare.
Yeah.
And, once again, what is your A skill? I wonder.
You didn't answer yours just now.
I could run.
But you said you can't because that's not what you can do in real life.
Because my leg was recovering.
Yeah, but what if it's not the leg? Like, what is your other A skill?
I guess healing. It's my
Actually
age, yeah.
smart. Holy moly, you have an answer for everything. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Okay,
been around for long enough.
my A skill is driving, but you'll see it later one
you
day.
sure?
I'm sure about this, but you know what else
Take
I'm
me
sure about?
on that ride. I know you got yourself that vehicle, but of course, have you gotten the Fox set and Midas Fortune set? I
That's the
don't think
question.
so yet, but
No, of course not.
tell you what, Tash, you can get it from the new Royal Pass available.
I wanted to say that because I haven't gotten myself the Royal Pass. But you know what else is coming soon? The Nusa map. It's available.
already here.
Exactly. The last Lusa, my friend, not Lusa. Nusa. That's Nusa, my friend. But you know what? There's another thing in Malay that rhymes with Nusa.
What's that?
Rusa, which is a deer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My dear friend, we have something new for all of us here. And it's a collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Boba Boy with the Quasa Elemental that will be coming into your maps to be played out. And keep in mind, this collaboration here is exclusive here, as we have seen this sort of collaboration happen very rarely, and I can't wait to get my hands on those amazing skins.
But you know what else? You need to join the PMCC. For everyone here in Malaysia who is currently on campus, this is the second qualifier for PMCC 2022 and the last chance for you to get to PMNC 2022. So guys, 48,800 ringgit is up for grabs. Join right now, scan that code, or be there, or be squared. Get it? Because the QR code is in squares.
Okay. I don't want to be a QR code, so I'm gonna scan it right now.
I don't want to be a QR code. No, but you know what we don't want to be?
I don't mind being a QR code so that people can check me out. I gotta change my mind.
He is looking. You know what? Forget it. For predictions. He's looking for predictions right now. GIDS is going to be mine. Oh my god, it's one game late.
3 in a row? Are you sure they could do it? Honestly, in this
no,
form,
they're on fire.
very possible.
Yeah, they're highly team that's high momentum. But why 4 rivals though?
Why 4 rivals?
Yeah.
Just because.
Just because? Oh, it's a copium pick, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you had a bunch of copium picks for today.
Yeah, true.
I think I'm here to give them that sort of motivation. I mean, this team has been working hard. I think they've been trying to make amends on that past round into the island of Moon Base. But the problem was, that was bacon time, right?
Yeah.
They had 6 eliminations. So, if you give them a little bit more room, maybe there's a little bit more.
I don't know. I mean, it's not that it's not like I don't support them. I do.
Yeah.
But it's just given their track record, I don't know if this could happen in mid-day or mid-tournament for this day, perhaps. Perhaps on another day, we'll see them come up in form, but not in the middle. But Boom Esports has managed to do it, so perhaps this might be their game. End of the day, we know that 4 Rivals is a team that warms up a bit late. Maybe today is the day they finally warm up because last season took them 3 weeks. Regardless though, I'm really hoping for them as well. They are one of my favorite teams that I've supported because I love the underdog story from back then. So, Erangel, final match of the day for week 3, day number 1. Buckle up your seatbelts because this is gonna be a good one.
It has been a splendid day for GDGID as now we approach the final match of week 3, day 1. Tomorrow might just be a better day for those that have their chicken dinner stolen by GD. And of course, we're looking at Vampire Esports 2 times in a row, beginning top 2, but they are still high up in the standings. This time we get a different flight path, cutting in from Primas all the way up to 70. I don't think there's a lot of areas of play for those who would like to get into the eastern corners of Farm, Shelter, Mansion, Prison, Milta, the Popka, and Milta Powell.
What's most important for a lot of these teams who want to go towards the eastern side is going to be vehicles. I mean, when we look at teams like that was Yoodo Alliance before, the priority of the vehicles have been really great on them, giving them this advantage in terms of rotations. Yes, you want to go for those loots, but you can always remember that it's harder to find vehicles than loot. So prioritization is going to be really important, but I think that everyone has already sort of predicted that the circle is not going to be toward SMB this time. Personally, I don't think it's going to be happening again. I hope it doesn't, just so that I don't get slapped in the face for that prediction.
Don't worry about that. I mean, nobody's gonna be so cruel to you. You ain't no Chris Rock. Oh, I said it.
Wow.
But you know what's going to happen right here? We see Echo by the edges. Gonna try on
Okay.
Ravenclaw.
Very central circle.
Gonna fight for that vehicle. Ravenclaw seems to get it, while we have four Ravels in quite the estate as they move into the section of the outskirts of Rozak. They'll be taking over school instead for a change.
You know what my favorite thing about vehicles in this game is? Like, I'm playing solo queue and I'm getting, matched up with randoms, right?
Uh-huh.
And then your teammate gets a vehicle and they want you to get in the car with them and they start honking at you like, toot, 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 toot. And then when you run away, they just drive beside you like, get in the car! What are you doing?
Or they just scream at you in a language that you don't understand.
Oh, well, I don't have my my mic on or the audio on because sometimes some of them can be very noisy. But let's have a look at total throws used.
But that's all the fun, you know? Like, everybody's getting 300.
Crazy, right?
Bevy as well as Mormon make it up for TM. That's 600 by itself, 600 plus. And you haven't counted the other two members, right?
It's all smokes when you think about it because they were kind of doing like this wormhole as the team passes through, which I'm really liking. And on top of that, they know how to make like this like smoke wall as well.
Yeah.
Separated circles. So I'm really liking this creativity coming from them.
Yeah, and on top of that, we did manage to see them clinch a chicken dinner. Of course, the top one player has gotten like, what, 360?
Oh, yeah.
That's like a smoke a day.
Keeps the doctor
grenade,
away.
A grenade, a Molotov. In between.
I mean, I was gonna say like a smoke
I'm pretty sure the doctors
grenade.
don't want him to be anywhere.
Exactly. It keeps them away because they don't want to be there. They don't want to be a collateral when it comes to those explosions. And we've seen that the amount of nades they've used, like, I mean, look at Bevy just now. He made it rain from above. How many nades he throw down toward FaZe Clan? That was
Ooh, speaking of a little bit of a turning down, like this buggy is turning out of control for a moment for Gatuni.
I love these kind of drives.
Yeah, I love it too. Early on, we did see a glimpse of Alan as he managed to secure the MVP title for GD. Righteously so.
I'm so glad that we're not seeing Daybot anymore because it's always been Daybot. I'm like, come on, give some extra love to the other members of GDGID.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think they have been taking turns just securing the title overall. Speaking of which, we haven't seen Newsy turning up just about yet for today.
No, he's been really, I feel like we saw him in the beginning.
Snoozy today.
Yeah, he's kind of, wow, that was actually really good. You're on a roll today. What I was going to say is that for Newsy today, it feels like he was there in the beginning. He played the sneaky play, but
played well in Sana.
Yeah, he played very well, but you didn't see him do hero plays anymore. And I think the reason why is that the priority has shifted. It's no longer Newsy, go kill. It's more of like, Newsy, kind of get recon for us and wait for us so that you don't die so early.
Yeah, and I guess like usually he just activates the button later into the stage of the game when he needs to. First party goes over the team, as it should. FaZe Clan has some of the highest frags that we've seen out of that round inside of Erangel. 14 takedowns, and majority of it coming in from Lycan as he finally takes the spotlight off of Tony K. And that is a very reason why he's been added to the squad, just being an absolute infantry to stop everyone else on their tracks. Yoodo Alliance, they've always been starting off into the water town, just on the outskirts of Rozak. Not my favorite place to be.
What? No! Okay, the first time I ever went to Watertown, I thought, oh my god, this is the coolest place in the world. I didn't know this place existed. That was like a long time ago when I first started playing PUBG Mobile.
Ask you this, Tash.
Yeah.
If you were to be turning Erangel into a real world situation, would you live in Watertown?
Heck yeah, it's so fun.
No!
What? Why not?
Like, it's always going to be leaking. You can't put the TV on the ground floor. Where's the fun in that? How are you supposed to invite visitors to your place?
They can swim to your house and they arrive.
Inconvenient?
No, it's like a pool party every day. Like, think about it.
With no neighbors.
Every day, right? Like people are like, oh, I wish.
Actually, come to think of it, yeah, no neighbors sounds fun.
Exactly. Neighbors are a menace. Imagine if your neighbors are annoying.
Not all the time.
I don't know, man. I don't really talk to my neighbors.
That's the point, you know? Everybody mind their own business these days.
Yeah.
Same goes to Box Gaming. They've been trying to mind their own business, but business gets to them.
It feels like they're a team that's just like, I'm just sitting over here eating my food, and why are you guys here?
Yeah, and of course, they're here to get more points. But Box Gaming...
This is a different approach to boxing. This is the opposite of Box Gaming. Box Gaming still on the low, but DBD on a high this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy performance from them. All eyes are on them. There's a lot of expectations, and people are starting to really, really put hope in them. As a team that from last week at the bottom rungs, where we couldn't even see a single glimmer of hope, suddenly this week performing this well, and that really shows like throughout the few days they had off, they had so much discussions, so much change in pace, practice, and how they exactly VOD reviews, how exactly they want to approach the game, and it's been working so well. But a team that seems to not have found that yet is still Sem9, and I would put Sem9 almost similarly to 4 Rivals, because I think last season as well, if they don't start well, they kind of struggle to find their momentum. Eventually, they do get it. But in this situation where we are quite shorter in terms of our tournament, when are you going to show up?
I feel like Sem9 is a team that has a burst of energy when it does happen. Like, you have that Super Saiyan mode that only lasts for, a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Or should I say a day, and then the next day you can have...
Yeah, we saw a glimpse of it last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we did see a glimpse of it, but yet again, haven't really found that glorious chicken dinner that I've been looking for. And you know what I'm excited for by the end of the day? We do get to speak to DBD.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've been speaking a lot to members of Geek Fam, for the most part, from the past week itself. And I guess, like, this time, we really want to find out, how has it been like for the past couple of weeks, and what sparked the fire in you in week 3 itself?
It's like a serious 180. Like, it wasn't the DBD that we knew from last week. We love a...
Which is a great notion.
Yeah, a rising from the ashes story, I believe. Good enough. I mean, it's pretty similar. Sometimes we do see sparks of that last week. I think it's more of execution-wise that didn't go too well. And I'm glad that they figured it out in terms of execution. Sometimes when an idea is not properly done and you figure out another way, it's also very, very fun to see. But for BN United, they are the team that will be the bridge troll here. They will be the team looking for that money as the circle went up north, and BN United are going to be like, okay, we set up camp here, and now we are the ones that have to cross the bridge, and it's going to be Infinity waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, Infinity can take their sweet time. Like, there's not too much of a rush for them. They're not exactly surrounded by Buriram, as Buriram is hoping to take the hillside of farm. We'll be meeting up against Sem9 real soon. TEM driving to the same direction as well. Sem9, they better buckle up, because this is going to be a little bit more rocky than they would intend it to be. GD, the team that has been championing a couple of these rounds for today, are about to make drastic moves. Just cutting by from the south side of Gatka, but they should remain to be safe for now. Nishu brought right in for this round, as he's been able to at least be the main support system out of the team. Average damage of 136 to be offered up in majority of these rounds.
But it's going to be at least a silent standoff for now for Yoodo Alliance as well as FaZe. There we go, first shot.
Silence.
Already onto Repo Boy. But behind them, we have DX.
This as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that for DX just now because they didn't really have a good run. Oh, Olio. With the opening there, it's going to be from DX. Yoodo Alliance is going to be sandwiched here. And it's going to be in the favor for FaZe as well as DX. What's great about this is a team that gets the most picks onto Yoodo Alliance will be able to actually get that, I think, extra points if they want to. Olio all the way out on the other side. I'm really liking this map awareness from Ju. And he already knows that Lycan will be the one up there. But the zigzag from Lycan will not allow any of those bullets to even connect. You can see Repo Boy as well, trying to get the pick off. And suddenly, that's a very long rotate from the last member of FaZe.
Huge flank coming in from Tony K as you spot that on. Now Helton's going to be the one that will peek through the window. Ventori's ready to take him out. Oh, misses a chance to fire up. Helton holding angles once again. Takes a quick peek. Oh my goodness. Go back right in. Yep. Don't even try.
Too long. there. I think he wanted to land that shot back, but he took a little bit too long for the aim, I suppose. But Tony K here playing the role of the scout, and he is not trying to get those shots if he doesn't have to. The main importance here is that you understand where exactly the other members are. Is there anyone outside? Is there a chance of us being flanked? And Tony K, he was trying to outflank the flanker.
And he's also mentally challenging the likes of Yoodo Alliance as they are getting pincered by both angles. I'm surprised that FaZe Clan managing to not receive the brunt of the damage coming from DX as well. We saw the angles coming out of Do, Frankie, as well as Rabbiz overall, marking onto Ventores. And with the presence of FaZe Clan, I think like the good thing that came out of it was Yoodo Alliance managed to save Olio out of the gutter, and they should be able to stand tall for the moment. Now, attacks are being 5 from Do, as he expended 14 bullets out of 30. Force a reload, and DX, they're not going to be moving anytime soon.
Nah. I think what's really good about this is more of like FaZe Clan trying to figure out what would be the most important solution, and that's great positioning for them because now they're right smack dab in the middle of the circle, and I think they had already kind of projected where the circle was going to go, which hence the movement. Because if they were to take that fight, the Great Migration is going to be really annoying to deal with.
Indeed, FaZe Clan finding themselves into the best area of play just by the outskirts of Pochinki, while Box Gaming are over on the top side of the hill, will be moving on the lower ground just to hide themselves, but they're also met with another challenger inside the compound, so they're about to lock horns if they really want to get themselves that safe estate. Infinity as well as NFT hoping to move into a better area of play, got tuning out on those wheels, but instead they really want to reposition in order to keep all these buggies undamaged. Empire Esports not too far away, but at least for Infinity, they can make this a bunker for the next few moments until the next circle forms up yet again. Infinity has been on quite a good trend at the very least, having 28 points to set the record straight for today. Still remarkable, though it's not a 50-pointer set by GD. Still on the chase. It will take them some time throughout the week to be able to match up to the top dogs, as they're still within the top 5 ratio for the entirety of day 1. Ego Esports now moving upwards. There is TEM Entertainment. Still gotta be ensuring that they play it off coolly.
Really liking this positioning for 2E. I think for Ego Esports, they've been in a relatively consistent playstyle, not necessarily the ones who come out on top all the time, but it's going to be TM that's going to be opening fire towards Sem9. Liking this tactical retreat from Sem9, they know that a little bit too far. If they want to challenge, they might just get, kind of like picked off one by one as they are approaching. But for NFT, Jimmy OP is here alone, catches Ramones off guard. Ooh, what a scat in a box situation. And this is the first blood. About 14 minutes in, did we only see a pickoff.
And that was quite the surprise brought forward by DBD yet again, putting points back onto the box, just getting the best out of every scenario that they get themselves into. Every single map for today, more damage being done. FaZe Clan now tips onto the rest of the members of Ego Esports. While BN United finds one by the blue zone, they take down Potato out of Alter Ego. More tags coming out. Echo finds Boy Chill and NFT. They're so scattered up. I don't think they can take this fight against DBD.
This is looking so good. A surprise guerrilla attack has been so good for them. It's going to be Vafel as the final person alive, going to be running for his life. He's going down the terrain. Yen is not going to allow him to leave. If possible, he might be chasing till the end of time, but that might not be a good thing. Oh, actually gets 1-for-1. 1-for-1 situation here as Zix tries to get the final bullet into the final member of NFT. Does it? Gonna get the revive as well, as NFT will be the first team eliminated. And for now, Buriram United on the aggressive onto Infinity, and this is Infinity Mela. Immediately gonna get the first pick. It's gonna be My Name P taken out, as well as Sea Sky only. This is not good. Infinity on the aggression, so aggressive, getting so many members at once. And I don't think this carnage is going to stop.
It's not going to stop anytime soon. Buriram United crashes out very early into this matchup, which we don't always see coming out of the Thai team. But a couple of times before, they once got those numbers rounded up by 7-9, who have aced them out inside of the prison grounds. Only takes lots of movements. He's not going to be tagging onto these members of DX, though. This is having a little bit of crease through these grounds, hoping to not step onto a landmine as DX getting closer and closer to their brethren of Vietnam. Spots the angles against Swans, but he will be hiding himself well enough. More of these grenades flying towards this area, and Holy Cage, he spots him out, takes him out instead. DX, oh my, come on, put the angles up.
Had to reload, allows the reposition, takes a lot of damage, but I think that Tuan might be a little bit too far off to be saved. How exactly is Namshim going to cross between two teams? He still hasn't been picked off, but look at 4 rivals. They got the pick off onto Olio. That's a great opening for them. But yep, Tuan gonna go straight to the lobby.
DX not fast enough to claim that pointer back to their own hands. 7-9 having troubles of their own, dealing with TEM. Putra leading the charge, but he's all alone. We don't really see much being offered from the side of Lord Harm as he's been tagged up already. Bevy now cooks up the grenade, tried to flush Putra off of his position, but he's going to soak too much damage of his own. Putra's still standing for some reason, but he's going to have more troubles lying up ahead of him. Mormon holding the other angle instead. Harm coming in with only solo HP bars. They're making it rain. Now dropping those Molotovs onto the side of Sozip. They do get some health bars chipped off. Bevy now tries to lob another towards the side of Putra, while Deb covering him from another angle. He's drive past the side of Putra, giving him a little bit more assistance, heading into the far right-hand side of the flank as Putra finds those angles, but he will land that drop, finally taking down Onsens.
Really great situation here from Sem9, coming in from every single area, but they're a little bit too separated. Putra now in trouble as Harm wants to move forward. Cooks out that nade, wanna get those multi-shots if possible. Might be a tad bit too high. That was actually a Molotov. Allowing for zoning, but Harm is the one on fire right now. Depp pushing up forward, wants to get a pickup on both of his teammates. Might be a little bit too hard as he's a little bit too far away. Where exactly are you shooting? You have no clue where exactly the other members of TEM is. Has to go for that res right now.
Not much time left. The Blue Zones also chipping in. 4 rivals coming up close as well, though it does look close, but they're a little bit of distance away. And shots being fired coming out of the rest of TEM. Mormon will secure the rest of the Tigers as they are sent out with no points to be taken by the final round of Erangel. 14th place finish for Sem9.
I like the initiation coming in from Sem9, trying to get that wraparound, but the problem is that they were a little bit too separated and it was really hard to pick up to each other. Regardless, look at VPE as well, eliminated with 0 eliminations. This is very tough situations, but Infinity Esports is the one that's dominating right now. They've been taking out so many teams in a row. This aggression is just back to what Infinity wants. They want to make up for that round. They weren't able to get that impacted, but for now, GIDS is the one that wants to go on aggressive toward Box Gaming. Already picked up Soa's 1-for-1 situation is a good thing, but Sneasel using his teammate as a way to bait them out is the way. Either he tries to get a pick off or tries to kill his teammate. He's going to be ready for that answer, and his teammate runs inside. Not to waste some more time.
And as they're trying to go in for a quick pickup, we still have a commotion being set by Box Gaming. This could be advantage for them as they have 2 members knocked out from the side of GD. More needs to be lobbed right in. Molotov to zone them out. They bought dodges the first one, but will be running into the crosshair of Trisby, holding them by the edges. 1 member left for the side of GD. And this is the time GD bows out together with Vampire Esports early.
This is a great situation for Box coming in against the aggression from GID. The double chicken dinner today has been really scary, but they still managed to come out of it alive. Regardless, for DX, this long-standing Mexican standoff with these teams have been taking a long time, honestly, from their trenches. Regardless, Rabbids spots out the other members of DBD. That nade might be their death right now. There we go. Takes a lot of damage, but here we go. Yoodo Alliance already 10th place. No eliminations. Jimmy OP still very much healthy and alive. He wants to answer back, but a little bit too late right now, as the other members of DX will be very happy with those pickoffs.
DX have been in the trenches for such a long time, and this has paid off by dividends. Though they did manage to go in for the exchange against the rest of FaZe Clan, they're still hiding underneath their noses, and FaZe Clan, they don't really have too much of the area play. They eventually will have to leave that estate, and guarding that will be 4 Rivals over on the top side of the hill. Ventures moves out first and foremost, pushing up against Bamburu. I'm not too sure if they could actually make the cut, though. 2 members of DBD still within the middle of the trench as Lamborghini, hoping to secure the rest of the numbers of DBD. Still a tough bout here to make their way across.
Yeah, there's so many smokes in there. It's very, very chaotic. It's a small little area, and you have no clue what the people on the high grounds can see. But for Zix and Yen, they want to make the best of this situation, but Tony K is going to be moving forward. We know that he is able to go aggressive and just lead the charge, but look at this damage coming in out from Lamborghini toward the Seven Torres, but nothing is hitting him.
But Ventoria's vehicle has been broken right through there, and FaZe Clan, they're basically stuck right there. And Ventoria's, he's getting packed inside of the smoke as well. I'm not too sure if FaZe Clan could pull off another miraculous run, but if they got to start trading back, they lose Ventoria's, all thanks to Lamborghini unloading the entire lethal clip onto him. And DX, 4 members strong. They have to make a move. They only got 10 seconds from now. Where are their vehicles when they need it? Frankie does have the buggy. Can they go in for a pickup? Yen is down. They can't secure the final member of DBD if they want to, but it's going to halt them ever so slightly. They still manage to make the cut. Lambo secures 1.
There's a very long-range hit from Infinity. Look at them all the way down south, but Frankie is in trouble right now. Zix becoming a thorn in their side. Yes, barely making it out alive, but look at that. 7th place, 5 eliminations. But look at 4 Rivals right now. They're very, very healthy at the top of the hill. They have an advantage over FaZe, given the fact that Tony's vehicle has already been eliminated, but Bamburu has his sights onto Nuzi. Nuzi running for his life. Fortunately, for Tony K, he survives.
Making it to the top 6 for Rivals has one of the best opportunities in their hand. The X, the ones that try to secure majority of all these numbers, are currently trying to revive themselves in that lower side of the trench. FaZe Clan, they got tagged up by DX. They know where they're at. Infinity has the most elimination right now with 9 pointers, and they're about to make it a perfect tenor. Let's see if they could still cut it from that lower ground side. They have to get past Alter Ego. They just gotta time it all too well. Rabbit's now spotted out. Tony, he's the head, gets 1 tag.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but not possible for Tony K to continue doing it. They emptied out 2 clips onto him. MR5 as well, waiting for the golden opportunity, but Infinity, Mela coming from the backside for the flanks, but they're going to be punished severely for it as DX map awareness is just so insane, catches them off guard in the pro. They say that they know exactly what they are, and they have them marked since earlier. Lamborghini still trying to find that hit onto Nosy, but their teammates just a little bit better in terms of that frags. But Bamburu takes this advantage to just rush up forward, and it's looking so good for 4 Rivals right now as they try and get this spot, but the Box Gaming has eliminated 6 eliminations in their pockets.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Infinity now with the most number of takedowns. They find Du, and they could have basically had the better of them. Logan managed to pull it out of the gutter, and Appy now dropping those grenades towards the side of Alter Ego. Alter Ego doesn't really have angles to work with. Potato soaked in the damage. The king of nades of Malaysia will do it again with Bamburu. 2 in a row from both members of the side of 4 Rivals. They will eventually challenge the other members of Infinity, but they want to settle scores with Alter Ego first and foremost. FaZe Clan, they still have 4 members though.
Infinity on an aggression. Tunny already knocked down. All down to Mela. What can you do? His teammate a little bit too far away. Logan with that knee doesn't actually connect. Is the question? No, but
Tony gets 1.
Will be the one knocked out. He got a knock onto the other one. But Fnatic sees where the other members of 4 Rivals are. Wants to throw up that nade. The question is, will it actually hit? Yes, it does. But there is going to be an answer at least. Fnatic is just making it rain. He knows where exactly the final member of 4 Rivals is. He's trying to use it as a bait, but Logan will be found by Tony K. What a great flank.
And that's 11 points for Infinity, finishing on 4th spot. Tony K tried to go in for a restock, but that was basically emptied out with the AUG in the hands of Nuzi early on. Voki now hunting out for the final member of Alter Ego. Now 4 Rivals cut into the top 2. Now they have to battle off against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan has been denied this victory on that early round. They managed to secure 14 eliminations on the past matchup inside of Angle, and they are not here to make any form of mistakes. Voki doesn't have much health left. He has to quickly revitalize himself with whatever meth that he does have. Lycan with a wide angle, they just have to find the hill. How is Four Rivals supposed to take this situation to their own hands?
There's 2 of them left, 2 on 4. They do get the revive. Regardless, we have seen Four Rivals in this situation over in the local league, but they do love playing this slow. It's very different to how FaZe plays it. As soon as they get knocked immediately, they push forward, and they know that in terms of advantage, they have the high ground. They can't just push up together. Look at MR5. He's not afraid to push up. It's as though they're trying to come in from so many different angles, making sure that they have a crossfire as soon as they come through, at least not allowing them an extra point in terms of a kill.
Voki will need to be the first mover in this matchup. If he does catch Ventoris, this will be an even matchup overall. Ventoris has to slide in. Everybody on their bellies right now, though there is a little bit of an equal opportunity from the lower ground. FaZe Clan, if they were to be swift to come in from multiple angles, they can basically find the target again from Buru, and that will be the demise of Four Rivals in particular. Ventoris playing it safe over on a highest elevated angles, but once you're on your bellies, there's not much that you can do to basically snap the crosshair directly onto your opponents all too quickly.
No one has any throwables. Look at that. No one has any. They're all out.
And this could be quite difficult for FaZe Clan. Same goes to Four Rivals as well, but
they're all
at the very least, Appy does have a little bit of a defensive bunker, but the problem is the next phase of the circle is moving directly into the center. And that also means that Four Rivals, they don't have much areas to play with. Lycan's driving by. Oh boy.
Aggressive, but look at Voki. He did not even move. He just waited for the right situation. Finds Ventoris, but Voki will be answered by Tony. But there is a crossfire for his teammate. Lycan wants to go for the side, but Burrow's in trouble. FaZe gets it, but Four Rivals makes the comeback. Winner, chicken dinner for FaZe.
FaZe Clan, it's FaZe up. And my goodness me, how they close it off is in such a clinical fashion, as the Thai squad has been able to finally find their chicken dinner here in week 3. And of course, kudos to Four Rivals to make it into the top 2. The best finish of their week thus far.
Honestly, this run, but honestly, I just want to say that your Copium pick nearly happened. How close was that match between FaZe? And this is a situation that we wanted to see Four Rivals in. And hopefully this second place win will be the momentum giver for them.
They'll move up the charts.
Exactly, because they are a very momentum heavy team. Regardless, I am very, very shocked to see this difference between them. It's as though night and day from the middle. And I take back everything I said, that this change in pace cannot happen in the middle of the day.
Every new game is a new opportunity, and of course, FaZe Clan was the one that take that golden opportunity to close out the round. And it's a really tactical approach on how they managed to fend off not only Four Rivals, but you take a look at how they take down the rest of the Infinity. And that was like, what, an 11 elimination spree that was going on to that opposing Thai squad, where many of these fights were happening over the hill. Infinity, they play such a huge defensive approach that every team that cuts by, they managed to bring them down on their knees. 7-9 was one of the teams that were challenging TEM, and even so, they managed to deal a little bit of damage, but not enough. But what I really liked about this battle of the trenches was how DX approached it. Look at how sharp they were. They managed to knock Ventoris, and also a few other damage to be dealt at FaZe Clan. But of course, it was an advantage to them on how the circle has moved up. So wherever they drive, it was pretty hard. Lambo, he was holding this angle, and you see how quick Newsy just snaps it the moment he peeks out.
But you have to really give props to DX as well. Like, the answer, as soon as one person was seen there, was immediately to snap over backside. And this hyper map awareness is just insane, actually. But
very fast move from DX.
It really is. It just really shows that in terms of their game sense, it's absolutely on another level. But for the fact for Voki as well as the other members of Four Rivals, it really shows that in the right conditions, in the right mindset, they can pull themselves together. And almost decimating FaZe Clan is a whole nother thing in itself. Regardless, but look at this right now. Even though FaZe Clan had less in terms of travel distance, but it's very interesting toward the end. Four Rivals and FaZe, look at how many throw balls they used, but they were all out toward the final circle.
Yeah, and for Rivals, I think like when the circle pulls over onto the top side of the hill, they have a few approaches to make, and they basically took the battle against Alter Ego. That's where they managed to find themselves a couple more elimination points, which was vital for their survival heading into the grand finals. So there is that glimmer of hope for the Malaysian squad to make the cut by the end of those weeks.
Look at Infinity's travel distance, 11,000, which shows that they were just on the hunt for those kill points. It wasn't just really on the hunt, but the circle was moving around a lot. They had to reposition themselves a lot and take a lot of fights. Regardless, 13 eliminations, 15 points gives them 28 points total. And a FaZe Clan, we know that they're always a team that tends to end over 15 points, regardless of chicken dinner or not. But 4 Rivals, 21 points, giving them one of the highest points they've gotten between this week and last week. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were to shoot up all the way to the middle side of the ladder.
Indeed, and when we look at 4 Rivals with 21 points, that should be putting them safe into the middle of the pack at the very least, where they didn't really have the best Kickstarter of the day, while Infinity has gotten the most takedowns compared to, of course, other teams other than FaZe Clan. Tony K, once again, has been the player to look out for, this time dishing out 1.3k in total of damage. Though it wasn't 50% of contribution, we see him do just more than enough, where they were also planted in such a difficult position. But I love how FaZe Clan approached this fight. They were in that shack just on the outskirts of Pachiki for the longest of time, and they basically only take fights that was necessary in order to close this ordeal.
I think what's really interesting is the fact that the eliminators for this week, despite that Infinity not really getting like a lot of chicken dinners, Nuzi is still the #1 eliminator. I don't think this is going to be changing anytime soon. He's just a little bit too aggressive. He's really good with those hero plays if he has to be. Tony K as well, but Shirties will be the one taking the 3rd spot of this week. And honestly, are you surprised?
I'm honestly not too surprised, but Tony K eventually with this sort of performance throughout this week,
throughout the last of the season as well, honestly.
I think it's basically the battle of the FMVP title. Tony K can find his way to overtake these numbers overall. And in fact, he is actually leading this MVP race.
But look at the MVP points between Tony K and Nuzi. Yeah, it's tied. That's how close it is. Nuzi is a little bit more on the aggressive side, and Tony K is more on the, I'll try and give support as much as I can.
More damage output.
But yeah, the damage output in terms of his support has been absolutely insane, especially as his teammates push through.
It's like the best seasons of Barcelona versus Real Madrid, right? Like you have a Cristiano Ronaldo and you have a Lionel Messi. The Lionel Messi being Nuzi, where he just confirmed those numbers. And Tony K says, hey, I'm going to match those numbers. I'm going to do it with spectacular fashion. Though Infinity wasn't as flashy, now we also see Alan moving into top 5 as well. That is amazing. And FaZe Clan goes all the way up with the chicken dinner.
That was a huge amount of points they got, just like 27, 28, which is honestly insane.
Yeah.
And it's only day #1, and they're already more than halfway to 100 points, which really shows that how much impact they've had in these games today. GIDS, yes, they got 2 chicken dinners in a row, but their elimination points have not been as high.
Just take a look at 4 Rivals as well. Now they are tied with DBD. Heading into number 8, are we getting an interview with 4 Rivals? We might actually get it. So
I really want to talk to them.
Whichever team that comes into that interview, of course, we'll definitely love to have them on board. But my goodness me, Alter Ego also making it to the top 5 by the end of the day. We are seeing a good mix-up of teams. Sure, there's a lot of Thai teams that are still making great measures to keep themselves afloat, but we love the change of pace coming into week 3.
Yeah, and what's honestly surprising is the fact that NFT, a team that performed pretty well last week, is struggling on day #1, but NFT is not the kind of team to kind of let that slide. Regardless, for SEM9 on day #1, it doesn't seem like they found their footing just yet. We saw a glimmer of it last week, but it wasn't really like the biggest impact like what we saw from 4 Rivals. So we're still waiting for the day SEM9 figures it out. Now, the question is, regardless of the fact who we interview today, whether it's going to be DBD or 4 Rivals, there are 2 teams that I really want to talk about, because last week these 2 teams were at the bottom of the ladder. And now this week coming around, I mean, for DBD consistent throughout the day, and for 4 Rivals, they finally got that big win that they needed in order to move forward. So it's a huge shift in mindset. between these two, and I want to really know like what exactly they talk about in terms during the days off, the last 2 days.
I guess it's a sense of urgency where they really know that this is now or never. Throughout the span of the week will be the battle of their lifeline into this tournament overall before, of course, the window gets shut off where they lock in the top 16 teams. I think for Rivals, so long as they keep themselves into this healthy situation, they should be able to actually get it. But of course, speaking of which, we will get our interview on board. So let's not waste any more time and please welcome one of the Malaysian teams to be joining us for this interview.
With us, we have Jimmy OP from DVD, a team from Malaysia, Don't Break Dreams. Jimmy OP, I'm really excited to see your performance for this week. Can I know what is the mindset you guys came into week number 2? Week number 3, yeah.
For this week, kita orang memang nak untuk layak ke grand final. So kita orang memang nak ke first stage tu. So kita akan grind lebih lah untuk minggu ni.
Okay, so what Jimmy OP said was that this week their mindset is that they want to be able to get into the top 16 and they want to be on the top side of the ladder. So that is what they want to aim for, and looks like that's what they've been given. Do you mind if I ask him one more question?
Go ahead.
Alright, so Jimmy OP, I have another question for you coming into this game. Can I know what is the biggest obstacle that you guys were faced with?
The biggest problem is the placement point for us. Kita orang nak dapatkan placement point tu dalam 2 week ni kita orang susah. So week 3 ni kita orang akan lebih lagi cari placement point.
Okay, he said that the biggest obstacle has been placement points for them. Nak tanya sikit kat Jimmy OP, apa rasanya, adakah kerana masalah tu kerana tim terlalu suka, game terlalu laju, ataupun adakah kerana circle terlalu susah?
Disebabkan banyak lagi tim yang reaktif. Contohnya macam Sunhawk, banyak tim reaktif drop spot. Also dengan circle yang hard shift, Mirama dan juga Erangel.
Okay, so he mentioned that for Sunhawk teams that are more reactive has been a problem to them. And of course, the hard shift circles have been making it really hard for them to get their positions right.
And of course, when we look at today's performance, you guys were outstanding. Every single round, you guys come in with a lot of elimination points. So kudos to that. But like, I want to ask you this, Jimmy. Of all these rounds that you played, is there any favorite moments for you yourself throughout, all these weeks or today in specific? Is there a favorite play that you can remember?
My favorite moments maybe is our chicken dinner.
Your chicken dinner.
That's right. Of course, I'm pretty sure that you guys were extremely excited overall. And, there's still a long week ahead. Do you guys usually set a target for a week, or usually you do it day by day? Can you tell us more on that?
For this week, maybe we want for get top 5. Kita orang nak top 5 untuk minggu ni. So kita orang bonus point tu untuk dapat ke grand final lah.
Okay. So what Jimmy OP says that that what they want to go for is the top 5 this week, and they want to get the bonus points to kind of shoot them into the grand finals. Walau bagaimanapun, Jimmy OP tahniah kerana performance hari ini betul-betul mantap. Harap diteruskan. Kita akan jumpa sebentar lagi. Bye bye.
Alright, take care and good luck, Jimmy. I just love to see his face brighten up.
He's so happy.
Yeah, like this is finally the breakthrough, not only for DBD but also for 4 Rivals. Both of the teams have been able to step up, so hopefully we see majority of all these Malaysian teams to get through. And I think like this is great hope for team. So long as they keep up with the same tempo, I think they will be able to reach that top 5 if they want to.
Honestly, it's been such a great day today, seeing the tempo from different teams, DBD and 4 Rivals doing so well. But let's have a look at what made today tick. And I have to say that For that last round, just now, the hard shifts was still, I think, another factor in a lot of these teams. But even though, like, you know, it's great that FaZe Clan got that chicken dinner, it's always exciting when they do get it. But the fact that 4 Rivals was the team to kind of almost take them out makes the story like even more spicy.
That's right, and when we look at the way that these top 4 teams have been able to rotate, what I've noticed from FaZe Clan is they barely move out of their bed, first moving over the corners of ruins. They have been planted here for the longest time. Look, they have not made a move. That's also because DX is on the trenches, right?
Yeah, that's right. I was also going to say about that particular movement, the last movement from FaZe Clan was honestly because it was a 3-way fight. And they chose to choose their positioning instead of taking that fight.
Yeah, and to me, what's also surprising is that the heat map of Infinity, they basically conquered the entirety of the south side, and they had the longest travel distance, as we have brought up much early on. And that goes to show that this team, they're just relentless. They are out for the hunt, and they're not about passive plays overall. 11 points to book out that matchup and securing a top 3, top 4 finish. Infinity is a leading example of what a team should be like if they want to be renowned as a top-tier team in the global stages.
Yeah, if I could put 2 teams right now at the very top, it's going to be FaZe Clan and Infinity. 2 very different playstyles, but 2 of the most effective ones. Regardless, this is the end for Week 3,
I was thought
Day
Infinity
1.
too.
GIDS is also not bad.
Yeah.
I would put them like close behind, like very, very close behind. Regardless, this is the end for Week 3, Day number 1. Tash Bunny and Contra here. Don't forget, guys, because Realme is the phone you get to look out for GT3. And don't forget to get your Grab vouchers. And for now, we'll see you guys for tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, take good care, and we'll see you guys soon.